Welcome, dear friends. As the gentle embrace of this special time of year surrounds us, there's no better moment to indulge in calming stories. Here, by the cozy glow of a crackling fireplace, we invite you to settle in and open your hearts to the comforting tales that await. Let your imaginations drift into whimsical worlds where dreams and stories intertwine. We are so grateful for your presence and the warmth you bring to this magical evening. Story 1. Once upon a time, deep in the heart of an enchanted forest, there stood a cozy little cottage surrounded by towering oak trees and babbling brooks. The air was perpetually infused with the crisp scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp moss, a testament to the magic that lingered unseen. This was the home of Willow, a kind-hearted young girl with eyes that sparkled like emeralds, as if reflecting the life force of the forest itself. Her auburn hair danced gently in the breeze as she tended to her garden, humming tunes passed down through generations. The forest was alive with a symphony of sounds, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the soft murmur of the brook winding its way through the trees. Willow's days were woven with simple joys, her laughter echoing through the woods as she gathered wild herbs and brewed potions from ancient recipes. She was known among the creatures of the forest as a gentle soul, one who understood their language and cared for their well-being. Her garden was a haven for butterflies and bees, drawn to the vibrant tapestry of colors that swayed in the sunlit patches. Each morning, Willow would whisper greetings to the plants, believing that her words nourished them as much as the soil and rain. Her connection to the forest was deep and instinctive. Willow had always felt an inexplicable bond with the woods, a sense of belonging that transcended the ordinary. The trees seemed to whisper her name, and the animals regarded her with a trust reserved for their own kind. She often wondered if she was part of some grand narrative woven into the fabric of the forest, a narrative of harmony and balance, of which she was but one delicate thread. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled softly under the cloak of twilight, Willow prepared for bed. Her little cottage, illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight, was a sanctuary of warmth and comfort amidst the cool, whispering woods. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the walls, creating a tapestry of light and dark that mirrored the mysteries of the forest. As she nestled into her quilt, she noticed something peculiar. The usually cheerful chirps of the forest birds had fallen silent, and an eerie stillness hung in the air, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Furrowing her brow, she peered out the window. The moon cast ethereal shadows across the clearing, yet the woods appeared as serene as ever, a painting come to life. The next morning, Willow discovered that her flower garden, usually a riot of colors, had wilted overnight. The vibrant petals drooped sadly, their hues muted by an unseen hand. She knelt beside them, her fingers brushing lightly over the once lively blossoms, and felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. She couldn't fathom what could have caused such an odd occurrence. Her heart ached with the loss, a tangible reminder of the fragile beauty that surrounded her. As the days passed, more strange events began to unfold. Willow's favorite storybooks, which she cherished like old friends, rearranged themselves on the shelves. Her knitted scarves became hopelessly tangled, weaving themselves into complex patterns that defied logic. Yet most perplexing of all, her pantry seemed to be refilling itself with fresh bread and honey, a testament to the forest's mysterious hospitality. Though bewildered, Willow refused to be frightened. Her heart brimmed with curiosity rather than fear, for she knew the forest was a place of wonder, and these peculiarities must have a logical explanation, however magical it might be. She had always felt a connection to the woods, as if they were an extension of her own spirit. Her curiosity was a flame, ever burning, seeking to understand the world in all its mysterious splendor. One misty morning, as the dew clung to the grass like tiny jewels, Willow ventured into the woods to search for clues. The air was thick with the scent of rain and the distant murmurs of a brook. Her path, a winding ribbon through the trees, led her deeper into the heart of the forest than she had ever ventured before. She stumbled upon a wise old oak tree with a kind, weathered face carved into its bark, its branches stretching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. "Greetings, young one," The tree spoke in a deep, rumbling voice that resonated through the ground beneath Willow's feet. Its eyes, formed by knots in the wood, seemed to twinkle with wisdom and amusement. "I sense you are troubled by the unusual happenings in these woods." Willow gasped in delight, for she had heard tales of the ancient trees that could converse with those pure of heart. "Yes, dear friend," she replied, her voice a soft melody in the quiet grove. "My home has been filled with the most perplexing events, and I cannot discern their cause." The oak tree chuckled warmly, its leaves rustling like laughter. "Fear not, little Willow. These occurrences are the work of the forest sprites, mischievous but harmless creatures who thrive on playful antics. They mean no harm, they simply revel in the joy of life." Willow's eyes widened with realization. "The sprites, of course, but why would they target my humble cottage?" "Ah," the tree replied sagely, its bark creaking with the weight of years, "the sprites sensed the kindness in your heart and wished to catch a glimpse of one who appreciates the magic of these woods. Their pranks, however well-intentioned, have perhaps gone too far." With the tree's guidance, Willow learned that the best way to appease the sprites was through a gesture of gratitude and wonder. That evening, she carefully arranged a platter of freshly baked cakes and a bowl of sweet wildflower nectar on her windowsill. The aroma of the cakes, mingling with the floral scent of the nectar, filled her home with an inviting warmth. As the moon rose high, painting the sky with silver strokes, Willow peered through the glass and gasped in amazement. Dozens of tiny glowing creatures flitted about, their gossamer wings leaving trails of shimmering dust that sparkled like stardust. They eagerly partook of the offerings, giggling and dancing with delight, their laughter a tinkling melody that resonated with the very soul of the forest. From that night on, the strange occurrences ceased, and Willow's cottage returned to its usual tranquility. The sprites, now content, became her silent allies, weaving their magic into the fabric of her life. She discovered that they had a knack for mending broken things and whispering forgotten secrets to the wind. However, she knew that they remained her faithful, if unseen, companions, safeguarding the magic of the forest for all who embraced its wonders with open hearts and minds. And whenever the first evening stars began to twinkle, Willow would gaze out her window and whisper a heartfelt "thank you" to the sprites, her dearest friends in the enchanted woods. Her heart, once burdened with questions, now brimmed with gratitude and understanding, for she realized that true magic lay not in the fantastical, but in the simple act of opening one's heart to the wonders of the world. Her connection to the forest deepened, and she found a new purpose in sharing its lessons with those who wandered into its embrace, ensuring that its magic would never fade. One day a traveler, weary and footsore, chanced upon Willow's cottage. He was an artist, seeking inspiration in the remote corners of the world. His eyes, though tired, held a spark of curiosity akin to Willow's own. She welcomed him warmly, offering tea brewed from the herbs of her garden. As they sat by the fire, the traveler was captivated by the tales of the forest's magic. "Do you believe these tales?" he asked, his voice a mixture of skepticism and hope. "Not only do I believe them," Willow replied, her eyes shining with conviction. "I live them every day. The forest is alive, and it speaks to those who listen with their hearts." Intrigued, the traveler stayed a while, eager to capture the essence of the forest in his art. He painted scenes of Willow's garden, the ancient oak, and the ethereal sprites, infusing each stroke with the magic he felt in the air. Under Willow's guidance, he learned to see the world through the lens of wonder, and his art began to reflect the enchantment of the forest. As he prepared to leave, the traveler gifted Willow one of his paintings, a vibrant depiction of her cottage, bathed in moonlight, with tiny glowing figures dancing in the air. Willow hung it above her hearth, a reminder that magic, like art, was a bridge connecting hearts across distances. Yet before the traveler departed, Willow shared with him a small hand-bound book. "These are the stories of the forest, as I have known them," she said. "Take them with you, and perhaps they will inspire your heart as much as they have mine." The traveler, touched by this gesture, promised to share the tales in the villages he passed through. "I will tell them of the girl with emerald eyes and a heart as vast as the forest," he vowed. Years later, Willow's stories and the traveler's paintings would reach distant lands, sparking a renewed appreciation for the magic of the natural world. In bustling towns and quiet hamlets, people would gather to hear the tales of the enchanted forest and the remarkable girl who called it home. And so, the legacy of the enchanted forest continued, a testament to the enduring power of wonder and the bonds formed when hearts are open to the extraordinary. In time, travelers from far and wide journeyed to see the forest that had inspired such stories. They came not only to witness its beauty, but to experience the sense of peace and belonging that Willow had shared through her tales. Some left offerings for the sprites, hoping for a glimpse of the magical creatures, while others simply sat beneath the ancient oaks, letting the whispers of the forest fill their hearts. Willow, now the wise woman of the woods, welcomed each visitor with kindness and a knowing smile, for she understood the transformative power of the forest. She continued to tend to her garden, her connection to the forest as strong as ever, her life a living testament to the magic and wonder that lay just beyond the edge of ordinary sight. And so, deep in the heart of the enchanted forest, the cozy little cottage remained, a beacon of hope and magic for all who dared to believe. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, a young girl named Alara wandered into the forest. She carried a small satchel, her eyes wide with wonder and a touch of uncertainty. Drawn by tales of enchantment, she had traveled from a distant village, seeking solace and answers to questions that had troubled her heart. As Alara approached Willow's cottage, she hesitated at the edge of the clearing, captivated by the sight before her. The cottage, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, seemed to pulse with a gentle, welcoming energy. Taking a deep breath, Alara stepped forward, her heart pounding with anticipation. Willow, sensing the presence of a kindred spirit, emerged from her cottage with a warm smile. "Welcome," she greeted, her voice as soothing as the forest itself. "You must be tired from your journey. Please, come inside." Over a simple meal of freshly baked bread and honeyed tea, Alara shared her story. She spoke of the restlessness that had driven her from her village, the yearning for something more than the mundane life she had known. Willow listened intently, her gaze steady and understanding. "The forest has a way of revealing what is hidden within," Willow said softly, her words resonating with the wisdom of the ancient oaks. "It reflects the truths we carry and the dreams we dare to follow." As the night deepened, Willow invited Alara to accompany her on a walk through the moonlit woods. The air was imbued with a sense of magic, the leaves whispering secrets only the forest could know. As they walked, Alara felt the weight of her worries begin to lift, replaced by a sense of peace she had never known. In the heart of the forest, they paused beneath the wise old oak. "This place," Willow explained, gesturing to the towering tree, "is a sanctuary for those seeking answers. It listens, and in its silence it speaks." Alara closed her eyes, allowing the forest's energy to envelop her. In that moment of stillness, she felt a connection to the world around her, as if the forest itself was breathing with her. It was a feeling of belonging, a reminder that she was part of something greater than herself. When they returned to the cottage, Alara's heart was light, her spirit renewed. She knew she could not remain in the forest forever, but she carried its lessons with her, a guiding light for the path ahead. Before she departed, Alara embraced Willow, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion, "for showing me the magic within and beyond." Willow watched her go, knowing that the forest's magic would continue to weave its wonders, touching the lives of all who dared to seek it. And in the quiet of the woods, the sprites danced, their laughter echoing the joy of a world alive with possibility. Thus, the enchanted forest remained a place of mystery and revelation, where hearts were healed and dreams took flight. And Willow, the guardian of its secrets, stood as a beacon of hope, guiding those who wandered into its embrace to discover the magic that lay within them and the world around them. Story 2. In the small, tucked-away village, nestled beside the whispering woods, where the air was crisp and the sky often painted in shades of lavender and rose, lived a young weaver named Marin. This village, with its cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, had remained largely unchanged for generations, a place where time seemed to stand still. Marin, known for her intricate tapestries, had woven her life into the very fabric of this timeless place, each piece threaded with vibrant colors that seemed to dance with life. Yet she struggled with a deep-seated fear of change, finding solace in the constancy of her surroundings. The village was a tapestry of its own, woven with the laughter of children playing by the fountain, the gentle clatter of hooves from the occasional horse-drawn cart, and the merry notes of a lute played by the local bard near the village square. The villagers, clad in garments dyed with the hues of the surrounding nature, shared stories of their ancestors and the mystical woods that bordered their home. Marin often found herself listening to these tales, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the unseen realms beyond the village's borders. One chilly autumn evening, as leaves twirled gently to the ground in a symphony of russet and gold, Marin sat alone in her cozy workshop. The air was rich with the smell of wood smoke and the faint scent of the lavender sachets she kept under her loom. A small fire crackled in the hearth, casting warm shadows that flickered like the memories etched in her mind. Her latest creation, a tapestry depicting the village as it was, untouched and familiar, lay half-finished before her. But as she worked, she felt a peculiar tug in her heart, as if the threads themselves were whispering of something beyond her understanding. The whispering woods had always been a source of mystery and wonder for the villagers. Legends spoke of ancient spirits and magical creatures residing within its depths, tales that had been passed down through generations. While many villagers dismissed them as mere folklore, Marin had always felt a deeper connection, as though the woods were alive and watching over her. As a child, she would often venture to the edge of the forest, her small hands reaching out to touch the ancient trees, feeling a pulse of life that matched her own heartbeat. That night, beneath a blanket of stars shimmering like tiny diamonds, Marin lay awake, her mind a flurry of thoughts. She decided to take a walk to clear her head, wrapping herself in a woolen shawl to ward off the chill. The village was silent, save for the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. She wandered towards the edge of the village, drawn by an inexplicable pull to the forest, which seemed to pulse with an inviting, otherworldly energy. As she stepped into the woods, the scent of pine and damp earth enveloped her, the soft rustle of leaves creating a soothing melody. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting playful shadows that danced along the path. Here, amidst the towering trees, she encountered a creature unlike any she had seen before, a fox with a shimmering coat of silver, eyes twinkling like the night sky. "Fear not," the fox spoke, its voice a gentle melody that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the forest. "I am Naira, the guardian of these woods. I sense a yearning within you, a struggle with change that binds your heart." Marin, though initially startled, found comfort in Naira's presence. "It is true," she admitted softly, her breath misting in the cool night air. "I fear losing the familiarity of my world, of what I know and love." Naira nodded, understanding gleaming in her eyes. "Change is a natural part of life, dear Marin. To resist it is to deny one's own growth, but you need not face it alone." With a flick of her tail, Naira led Marin deeper into the forest, where the trees seemed to part and reveal a hidden glade bathed in moonlight. In the center of this ethereal clearing stood an ancient, gnarled tree, with leaves that shimmered like silver. At its base lay a small, clear pond reflecting the celestial dance above. "This is the Heartwood," Naira explained. "It is a place of transformation and renewal. Here you can explore the changes within yourself and see them as a source of strength." As Marin approached the pond, she gazed into its depths and saw her own reflection, not as she was, but as she might become, stronger, wiser, and unafraid. The image shimmered and shifted, showing her embracing new experiences, surrounded by friends old and new, her tapestries evolving into vibrant depictions of life's ever-changing beauty. Tears welled in Marin's eyes, not of sadness, but of hope. She understood that change was not something to fear, but to embrace. It was the thread that could add depth and richness to the tapestry of her life. When dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of soft peach and gold, Marin returned to the village, her heart lighter, her spirit renewed. She was greeted by her dear friends, Lyra and Bram, who had noticed her absence and were waiting with concern etched on their faces. "Marin, we were worried," Lyra exclaimed, her eyes filled with relief. Where did you go?" Marin smiled warmly, her voice steady and sure. "I went to find myself, and in doing so, I discovered the beauty of change." With the support of her friends and the wisdom imparted by Naira, Marin began to weave new tapestries, each one capturing the essence of transformation. Her art became a celebration of life's ebb and flow, and she found joy in the unexpected colors and patterns that emerged from her loom. As the seasons turned, Marin learned that though the world around her might change, the love and friendships she cherished would remain steadfast. She embraced new opportunities and adventures, her heart open to the wonders that lay beyond the horizon. During one of these new adventures, Marin ventured beyond the village to a bustling market in the nearby town. It was her first time leaving the familiar cobblestone paths, and though apprehensive, she was eager to share her tapestries with a wider world. The market was alive with color and sound, a tapestry of its own, woven with the laughter of children, the clamor of merchants, and the fragrant aroma of spices and fresh bread. As she set up her stall, Marin felt the thrill of the unknown buzz through her veins. Her tapestries, once confined to the cozy confines of her village, now unfurled in the morning light, capturing the attention of passers-by. People marveled at her work, drawn to the vibrant stories woven within the threads. For the first time, Marin experienced the exhilarating rush of sharing her art with strangers, each piece a bridge between her heart and theirs. One visitor, an elderly woman with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages, paused before Marin's stall. She lingered over a tapestry depicting the heartwood, its silver leaves shimmering in the woven moonlight. "This," the woman said, her voice soft yet resonant, "is a place I once knew. You have captured its essence beautifully." Marin's heart swelled with gratitude and wonder. "Have you been to the heartwood?" she asked, her voice tinged with awe. The woman nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Long ago, it is a place that calls to those ready to embrace their true path." As the woman continued on her way, Marin felt a deep connection to her, as if their paths had crossed for a reason. It was a reminder that, like the threads of her tapestries, all lives are interconnected, each moment a stitch in the grand design of existence. The day at the market marked a turning point for Marin. It was here that she realized the power of her art, not only to convey personal transformation, but to inspire others to seek their own paths of growth. With each tapestry sold, she felt a part of herself embarking on a new journey, woven into the lives of those who would take her work into their homes and hearts. Returning to the village that evening, Marin felt a profound sense of peace. The whispering woods welcomed her back with open arms, the familiar scent of pine mingling with the fragrant memories of the market. She knew now that change was not an enemy to be feared, but a companion to be cherished. Back in her workshop, her fingers deftly threaded the loom. Marin wove a new tapestry, this one depicting her journey through the woods and the market. Her hands moved with a newfound confidence, each thread a testament to the courage she had discovered within herself. One evening, as the fire crackled softly and the scent of lavender wafted through the air, Marin was visited by another guardian of the woods, an owl with feathers like spun gold. The owl perched on her windowsill, its eyes reflecting the glow of the hearth. "You have grown much, young weaver," the owl hooted, its voice rich and wise. "The forest is pleased with your progress." Marin nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "I have learned to embrace change, thanks to Naira and the wisdom of the woods." The owl nodded solemnly. "Remember, Marin, that the heart of the forest beats within you. Carry its teachings wherever you go." With that, the owl spread its wings and took flight, leaving Marin to ponder its words. She realized that while her journey of transformation had begun in the village and the woods, it would continue into the wider world, wherever her threads might lead. As the days turned into months, Marin continued to explore beyond the village, her journeys taking her to places she had only dreamed of. She visited the coastal towns where the salty breeze whispered tales of the sea, and the mountain villages where the air was thin and the stars seemed close enough to touch. In each place, she found new stories to weave, new colors and textures to incorporate into her art. One evening, while in a bustling port town, Marin attended a gathering of artists from all over the land. Here she met a painter named Elias, whose canvases captured the ever-changing moods of the ocean with breathtaking beauty. As they shared their stories and inspirations, Marin felt an unexpected kinship with him, a kindred spirit who understood the language of transformation and creativity. Elias spoke of his own journey, of leaving the comfort of his homeland to discover the world through his art. Change, he said, is like the tide. It can be gentle or fierce, but it always brings something new to the shore. Marin listened, her heart resonating with his words. She realized that her journey was not just about embracing change, but about finding her place in the ever-unfolding tapestry of the world, where each thread, each moment, was a chance to connect and grow. As the night wore on, Marin and Elias walked along the moonlit shore, the waves lapping gently at their feet. They spoke of dreams and fears, of the paths they had taken and those yet to come. In Elias, Marin found a companion who challenged her to see beyond the familiar, to embrace the infinite possibilities that lay before her. When Marin returned to her village, she found herself weaving with a renewed passion. Her tapestries now spoke of distant lands and new friends, of the sea and the mountains, of the heart's journey through the ever-changing landscape of life. She realized that the world was her canvas, and her threads were the stories she had gathered along the way. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods and the bustling energy of the wider world, Marin found her own path, guided by the light of friendship, wisdom, and a heart willing to grow. She knew now that life, like her tapestries, was a masterpiece in progress, woven with threads of change and adorned with the vibrant colors of discovery. As she continued to weave, Marin began to find a deeper connection, not only with the world, but with herself. Her tapestries became more than just artworks. They were expressions of her soul, capturing moments of joy, sorrow, triumph, and reflection. She started to understand that each thread told a story, not only of her journey, but of the countless lives she had touched and would touch. One brisk winter morning, Marin received an unexpected visitor. A young girl from the village, named Elara, stood timidly at the entrance of her workshop, clutching a small bundle. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold, and her eyes shone with a curious light. "Miss Marin," Elara began, her voice a soft whisper, "I heard about your tapestries, and I wanted to see them myself." Marin welcomed her warmly, showing her the vibrant pieces that adorned the walls of her workshop. Elara gazed at them with wide eyes, absorbing the stories woven into each one. "I want to learn to weave like you," Elara confessed, clutching the small bundle to her chest. "My grandmother used to tell me stories, and I want to weave them into something beautiful." Touched by the girl's earnestness, Marin agreed to teach her. Over the following weeks, they spent hours together, Marin imparting the knowledge she had gathered through years of practice. As Elara learned to weave, Marin found herself rediscovering the joy and wonder she had felt as a child, when every creation was a new adventure. Through teaching, Marin realized that her journey had come full circle. The fear of change that had once held her back had transformed into a powerful desire to inspire others. She understood now that her art was not only about personal growth, but about sharing the beauty of transformation with the world. In the warmth of her workshop, framed by the whispering woods, Marin and Elara wove stories into the fabric of their lives, the threads a testament to the enduring power of change and connection. And as the seasons turned and the village remained a constant presence in a world of endless possibilities, Marin knew that her journey, like her tapestries, was never truly complete, but a glorious work in progress, ever evolving, ever expanding. As the vibrant blossoms of spring filled the air with a sweet floral fragrance, Marin and Elara ventured beyond the borders of their village, embarking on a journey to the annual Festival of Colors held in a distant town. The festival was renowned for its vibrant celebration of art and culture from all over the land, and Marin saw it as a perfect opportunity for Elara to experience the vastness of the world beyond their village. The journey was a tapestry of its own, with rolling hills that faded into lush meadows, rivers that sang as they danced over rocks, and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. Elara's eyes were wide with wonder, her spirit eager to absorb every new sight and sound. Upon arriving, the town was a riot of color and sound, with musicians playing lively tunes, dancers twirling in vivid costumes, and stalls overflowing with crafts and delicacies. The air was alive with the aroma of exotic spices and the sweetness of baked treats, a sensory feast that delighted the soul. Marin and Alara set up their stall among the other artists, their tapestries unfurling like colorful wings in the bright sunlight. The festival goers marveled at their work, drawn by the intricate designs and the stories woven within each piece. Alara, initially shy, soon found her voice amidst the crowd. She shared the tales behind their tapestries, speaking with a confidence that surprised even her. Marin watched with pride as Alara blossomed, her fear giving way to excitement and curiosity. It was during the festival that Marin met an old storyteller named Tomlin, whose tales were as rich and layered as the patterns in her tapestries. His stories spoke of distant lands and ancient myths, each word painting vivid pictures in the minds of listeners. "You weave stories into your art," Tomlin observed, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 tales. "Perhaps you would consider weaving my stories into your tapestries?" The idea sparked something in Marin, a new thread to explore. She realized that her tapestries could be more than just expressions of her own journey. They could become a living archive of stories, a way to preserve and share the rich tapestry of human experience. As the festival drew to a close, Marin and Alara returned to their village, their hearts full of new ideas and inspirations. They worked tirelessly, weaving the stories they had gathered into their art, each tapestry a vibrant testament to the power of narrative and connection. In the quiet of her workshop, Marin reflected on the journey that had brought her to this point. She understood now that change was not a single moment, but a continuous journey, an endless series of transformations that shaped the tapestry of her life. With each new thread, each new story, Marin embraced the beauty of change, knowing that her art would forever be a reflection of her journey and the countless lives interwoven with her own. And so, as the village continued to thrive in its timeless embrace, Marin and Alara wove their stories into the world, each tapestry a celebration of life's ever-unfolding beauty. Together they discovered that the true essence of art was not just in the creation, but in the shared journey of growth, change, and connection. Story 3. In a realm untouched by time, where the whispering winds carried secrets of ages past, lay an ancient forest. This forest, with its towering trees and verdant understory, was known as the Vale of the Seasons. Here the natural world thrived in a harmony so profound that the air itself seemed to shimmer with magic. The Vale of the Seasons was more than just a forest. It was a living tapestry of life, where every leaf and creature played a part in a grand symphony. The trees, ancient sentinels with bark like aged leather, stood as guardians of the myriad stories that had unfolded beneath their boughs. Their leaves whispered tales of old to those who listened closely, while their roots delved deep into the earth, drawing sustenance from the rich, dark loam. As the first light of dawn filtered through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor in a mosaic of golden and green, the creatures of the vale began their day. A gentle rustling announced the awakening of Fennel, a wise and gentle fox whose russet fur glinted like copper in the morning sun. Fennel had lived many seasons, each adding to the tapestry of wisdom he carried. His eyes, a deep amber, held the light of countless sunrises and the shadows of many moons. Fennel stretched luxuriously, his paws pressing against the cool earth, and then padded softly to a nearby brook. The water babbled over smooth stones, its song a soothing melody that filled the air. As he drank, he noticed the delicate dance of golden leaves on the surface, caught in the gentle current, a reminder of the autumnal shift beginning to take hold of the forest. Nearby, a cluster of mushrooms huddled beneath a fallen log. Among them was a tiny sprite named Liliana, her wings iridescent and as delicate as a spider's web kissed by dew. She was a guardian of the forest's magical balance, ensuring that each creature played its part in maintaining harmony. Her laughter, like the tinkling of tiny bells, mingled with the brook's melody as she flitted from mushroom to mushroom, checking on her charges. Today was a special day. The forest was preparing for the gathering of seasons, an ancient ritual that celebrated the turning of the wheel and the transition from the warmth of summer to the crisp embrace of autumn. It was a time of reflection, of gratitude for the abundance that summer had provided, and of preparation for the colder months ahead. As the morning unfolded, Fennel and Liliana met at the heart of the forest, a clearing known as the Circle of Oaks. Here the oldest trees stood, their gnarled branches forming a natural cathedral under which the creatures of the forest would gather. The air was filled with the scent of earth and leaves, a rich tapestry that spoke of life and growth. One by one, the forest's inhabitants arrived. There was Thistle, the hare, whose quicksilver movements were matched only by her quick wit. She was joined by Bramble, the badger, whose strength and kindness were as solid as the earth he loved to burrow into. Overhead, a pair of doves cooed softly, their wings whispering a lullaby as they settled on a branch to observe the proceedings. Fennel, as the oldest and wisest, began the gathering with a soft, steady voice. Dear friends, as the leaves turn to gold and the days grow shorter, we come together to honor the turning of the seasons. It is a time to remember that we are all part of this great cycle, each of us with a role to play. Liliana hovered nearby, her wings casting rainbow hues as she chimed in. And let us not forget the magic that binds us all. The magic of friendship, of balance, of the forest itself. It is this magic that sustains us, that weaves through every leaf, every stone, every drop of rain. As the creatures listened, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the scent of pine and the distant sound of a waterfall. It was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a symphony that played only when each note was in harmony with the others. The ceremony continued with stories shared and wisdom passed down. Thistle spoke of the importance of agility and adaptation, recounting tales of past winters where her fleet-footedness had saved her from the clutches of predators. Bramble, with his deep, rumbling voice, shared lessons of patience and perseverance, drawing from his experiences of digging deep and finding sustenance even in the toughest of soils. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, the ritual drew to a close. Fennel, with warmth in his gaze, spoke once more. Remember, dear friends, that just as the seasons change, so too must we. Embrace the new, cherish the old, and let the magic of this forest guide you. The creatures dispersed, each carrying with them the peace and wisdom of the gathering. As night fell, the forest was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, the air cool and crisp with the promise of autumn. Liliana lingered a moment longer, her heart full of the magic she had felt. She flitted to the top of one of the ancient oaks, gazing out over the forest. Below her, the veil of the seasons lay serene and silent, a living testament to the harmony that existed within. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest settled into the embrace of night. The gentle rustle of leaves, the soft chirping of crickets, and the distant hoot of an owl were all that remained of the day's vibrant symphony. Yet, in that quietude, there was a sense of completeness, of a world perfectly in balance. As the seasons turned and the forest continued its eternal dance, the creatures of the vale knew they were part of something greater. Each sunrise, each gentle breeze, was a reminder of the magic that bound them together, a magic as old as the trees themselves and as enduring as time. In the days that followed the gathering, a subtle transformation took place within the forest. The air grew brisker, and the leaves donned their vibrant autumnal attire, a patchwork of scarlet, amber, and gold. It was during this time that Fennel found himself wandering deeper into the woods, to a place known as the Whispering Glade. The Whispering Glade was a secluded part of the forest, veiled in mystery and often avoided by the younger creatures who found its stillness unnerving. Here, the trees huddled close, their branches intertwining like the fingers of old friends sharing secrets. The ground was carpeted with moss so thick and soft it felt like walking on clouds, and the air was heavy with the scent of pine and the faintest hint of wildflowers. Fennel liked the glade for its solitude. It was a place where he could ponder the ever-changing cycle of life and the role he played within it. On this day, as he sat quietly beneath a great oak, he heard a voice, gentle and melodic, like a breeze whispering through the leaves. "Fennel," it called, "why do you wander alone?" Startled, Fennel looked around, his heart quickening. From the shadows emerged a figure, graceful and serene. It was Neum, the spirit of the forest, an ethereal being whose presence was rarely seen and always revered. Her form shimmered like the surface of a sunlit pond, and her eyes held the depth of ancient wisdom. "Niam," Fennel greeted, bowing his head in respect. "I seek understanding, as always." The spirit smiled, a gesture that seemed to brighten the very air around her. "You carry much wisdom, Fennel, yet your heart yearns for more. The forest is in balance, yet you worry for the future." Fennel nodded, the weight of his thoughts spilling forth. "The seasons change, and with them so do we. But what if one day the balance is lost? What if we forget the magic that binds us?" Niam's laughter was like the chiming of distant bells, comforting and reassuring. "Fear not, dear fox. The magic of the vale is not so easily forgotten. It lives in the hearts of all who dwell here. Even as time moves forward and the world changes, the essence of what we cherish remains." With those words, a tranquility settled over Fennel, easing the worries that had taken root in his heart. He realized that while he could not control the passage of time, he could cherish each moment and nurture the connections that gave the forest its strength. As Niam faded back into the shadows, a promise lingered in the air, a promise of continuity, of a world where each creature and every leaf was a vital part of the whole. Fennel returned to his friends with a renewed sense of purpose, sharing Niam's wisdom with those he held dear. Together, they faced the changing seasons with open hearts and unwavering faith in the magic of the vale. Yet, as the days continued to pass and the crispness of autumn deepened, a new challenge quietly emerged. The balance of the vale was subtly shifting, and it was Thistle, the ever-alert hare, who first noticed the signs. One morning, as Thistle darted through the underbrush, her keen eyes caught sight of something unusual, a patch of ground where the leaves had withered and the soil appeared dry and cracked. It was unlike anything she had seen in the vale, a place where life thrived and decay rarely lingered. Concerned, Thistle sought out Fennel, finding him near the brook where he often pondered the mysteries of the forest. "Fennel, something is amiss," she said, her voice a mixture of urgency and worry. "There's a blight spreading, a sickness in the soil." Fennel listened intently, his mind racing as he considered the implications. The vale's harmony depended on the health of its land, and any disturbance could have far-reaching effects. "We must act quickly," he said, determination in his voice. "Gather the others. We need to understand this threat and restore balance." In the days that followed, the creatures of the vale worked together, guided by Fennel's wisdom and Liliana's magical insight. They discovered that the blight was not a natural occurrence, but the result of something more sinister, a dark force that sought to disrupt the harmony of the forest. Fennel, with his deep connection to the vale, led the charge to confront this force. Alongside him were Thistle, whose agility and sharp senses proved invaluable, and Bramble, whose strength and resolve were unwavering. Even the doves played their part, their song a soothing balm that lifted the spirits of those who fought to protect their home. As they delved deeper into the heart of the forest, they encountered Niam once more. The spirit's presence was both a comfort and a reminder of the stakes at hand. "The magic of the vale is strong," Niam said, her voice a gentle echo through the trees. "But it is the unity of its creatures that will ultimately prevail." With renewed resolve, Fennel and his companions confronted the dark force, a swirling shadow that threatened to consume all in its path. Through their combined strength and the magic that bound them, they pushed back the darkness, restoring the light and life that defined the vale. As the last remnants of the shadow dissipated, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The balance had been restored, and the creatures of the vale had proven that their harmony was not easily broken. In the aftermath, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle overhead, Fennel gathered his friends once more. "Let us remember this day," he said, his voice filled with gratitude and pride. "We have faced the darkness and emerged stronger, our bonds unbroken." Liliana flitted close, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "The magic of the vale endures because of us, because of our love for this place and for each other." And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the creatures of the vale celebrated their victory, their hearts full of the knowledge that together they could overcome any challenge. As the forest settled into the embrace of night, they knew that the magic of the vale was indeed as enduring as time itself. In the days that followed, the forest seemed to breathe with renewed vitality. The trees, once burdened by the shadow's weight, now stood taller and stronger, their leaves rustling with a vigor that spoke of resilience and rebirth. The creatures went about their lives with a renewed sense of purpose, each step, each flutter of wings, a testament to the strength of their unity. Fennel, ever watchful and wise, took these moments to reflect on the lessons learned. He found himself drawn once more to the whispering glade, a place where he could seek clarity and solace. Here, amidst the soft murmurs of the trees, he considered the nature of change and the resilient spirit of the vale. As he sat in contemplation, the ground beneath him seemed to pulse with life, as if the very earth were acknowledging the triumph over darkness. In that quiet space, Fennel understood that while challenges would come and go, the heart of the vale would remain steadfast, held together by the bonds of those who called it home. Meanwhile, Liliana continued her work, her presence a shimmering reminder of the forest's magical balance. She flitted from place to place, ensuring that the harmony they had fought so hard to preserve remained unbroken. Her laughter, a tinkling melody, echoed through the trees, a joyful celebration of life renewed. The creatures of the vale, having faced adversity and emerged triumphant, understood that their strength lay not just in magic, but in the connections they shared. As they moved forward, they carried with them the wisdom of the past and the promise of a future filled with hope and possibility. And so, in this realm untouched by time, where whispering winds carried secrets and the forest thrived in its eternal dance, the Vale of the Seasons continued its story, a story of magic, unity, and the enduring power of nature. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees loomed tall like ancient sentinels, their gnarled barks etched with tales of countless seasons, and their leaves whispered secrets to the wandering breeze, there lay a quaint village called Everbrook. This village, nestled in a valley embraced by the forest, was known for its gentle charm and the kind-hearted folk who lived there. The homes were tucked among flowering meadows, where wildflowers painted the landscape with a riot of colors, and winding streams sang crystalline melodies. The air was filled with scents that danced like a perfumed lullaby, carrying the essence of blooming lavender and sweet honeysuckle. In Everbrook, at the edge of the village, stood a little cottage with ivy crawling up its stone walls. Here lived a young girl named Iris with her grandmother, Nana Willow. Iris, with her eyes the color of the sky after a summer storm and hair like spun gold, was a curious soul, always eager to explore the wonders of the woods. Nana Willow, her gentle wisdom as deep as the forest itself, was known for her understanding of the mystical inhabitants of the woods, her voice carrying the warmth of a crackling hearth when she spoke of them. One starry night, as the village lay under the silvery glow of the full moon, its light casting soft shadows that danced like phantoms across the cobblestone paths, Iris noticed something peculiar. The glowbugs, which usually flitted about like tiny stars themselves, were gathering in unusual clusters, forming patterns that danced across the village green. Their soft, golden light seemed to spell out something in the air, the sight mesmerizing in its ethereal beauty, yet what it meant was a mystery. Intrigued, Iris decided to investigate. She tiptoed through the cottage, her footsteps a gentle whisper on the creaking wooden floors, careful not to wake Nana Willow. Stepping into the cool night air, she felt the grass, dew-kissed and soft, a lush carpet beneath her bare feet. The fragrance of night-blooming jasmine wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, a fragrant companion on her midnight adventure. The glowbugs twinkled ahead, leading her deeper into the woods, their luminescent dance a silent call to the unknown. As Iris followed the gentle lights, she noticed other strange happenings. The brook, which usually gurgled its merry tune, was whispering in hushed tones, as if sharing secrets with the stones that lined its banks. The flowers, too, seemed to sway in a rhythm that matched the glowbug's dance, their petals brushing against one another in a gentle symphony of velvet harmonies. Iris paused by the brook, listening intently. "What are you trying to tell me?" she asked softly, the night embracing her words as if eager to carry them away. To her surprise, a shimmer appeared on the water's surface. It was a water sprite, her form delicate and translucent, like moonlight woven into mist, her eyes as luminous as pearls. Follow the glow, young one, the sprite whispered, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells, each note a drop of magic. For the forest has a tale to tell, and you are the one it seeks. With her heart alight with curiosity, Iris continued her journey, the glow bugs guiding her to an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a wise old guardian. Beneath its boughs, the glow bugs formed a perfect circle, their light pulsating gently like a heartbeat of the night. As Iris stepped into the circle, she felt a warm breeze wrap around her, carrying the scent of pine and earth. From the shadows emerged a creature she had only heard about in Nana Willow's stories, a gentle, kindly griffin, with eyes as deep as the forest itself, his feathers shimmering in the moonlight like woven silver. "Welcome, Iris," the griffin said, his voice a soothing rumble that echoed through the clearing. "I am Eldon, keeper of the Whispering Wood secrets. You have noticed the changes, haven't you?" Iris nodded, feeling both awe and comfort in Eldon's presence. "Yes, the glow bugs, the brook, the flowers, they all seem to be trying to tell us something." Eldon nodded, his feathers rustling softly like a gentle breeze through autumn leaves. Indeed, the forest is trying to communicate, but it is not a warning, nor a danger. It is an invitation. "An invitation?" Iris asked, her eyes wide with wonder, catching the moon's reflection like twin stars. "Yes," Eldon replied. "Every 100 years, the forest holds a gathering of its magical creatures, a celebration of harmony and unity. But this time, it seems the forest wishes for the villagers to join as well, to forge a deeper bond between the world of magic and the world of men." Iris's heart swelled with excitement and purpose. "How can I help?" she asked eagerly, her voice a pledge of determination. Eldon smiled, a warm, knowing expression. "You must simply invite the villagers to the gathering, to be held under the full moon. Let them know they are welcome to join in the dance of the glow bugs, to listen to the brook's tales, and to share in the magic of the Whispering Woods." With a grateful heart, Iris thanked Eldon and hurried back to the village, the glow bugs lighting her path like tiny beacons in the night. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, she shared the news with Nana Willow, who listened with a twinkle in her eye, her smile a secret shared between them. "We must prepare a feast," Nana Willow said, already bustling about the kitchen, her hands moving with the grace of years spent in the heart of the home, "and gather everyone at the village green by moonrise." Word spread quickly, carried on the wings of eager whispers and excited chatter, and soon the village was abuzz with anticipation. Baskets were filled with warm bread, its golden crust crackling under gentle hands, and sweet honey, the sunlight of summer captured in amber jars. Garlands of wildflowers were woven with care, each bloom a promise of the night's wonders. As preparations were underway, Iris took a moment to herself. She wandered to the edge of the village where the forest loomed like an emerald sea, its depths both inviting and mysterious. There she encountered Old Man Tom, the village's resident skeptic, who was tending to his garden. Tom's grizzled beard and furrowed brow usually gave him an air of perpetual doubt, but today Iris saw a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Off on another adventure, are you?" Tom grumbled, though his tone held a hint of amusement. Iris smiled, feeling a surge of determination. "Yes, Mr. Tom. The forest wants us to join its celebration. It's a chance for us all to see the magic you've always doubted." Tom paused, his gaze drifting to the woods. "I've lived here all my life, girl, and never seen anything beyond what these old eyes can touch. But perhaps there's more to this world than I thought." Encouraged by his words, Iris felt a newfound resolve. She knew that Tom's skepticism was rooted in a lifetime of practicality, yet even he couldn't deny the allure of the unknown. It was moments like these that made her realize the true power of belief, not just in magic, but in the potential for change and understanding. Before the villagers set out for the gathering, Nana Willow took a moment to speak with Iris, her eyes filled with a wisdom that spanned lifetimes. "Remember, dear one," she said, resting a gentle hand on Iris's shoulder, the touch a grounding presence. "It's not just about witnessing the magic, but feeling it in your heart. The forest chose you because it senses your kindness and courage." As the moon rose high, casting its silvery glow upon the village, the glowbugs appeared once more, leading the villagers to the ancient oak. There, beneath its wise branches, the magical creatures of the forest had assembled, sprites and fairies, talking animals, and of course, Eldon the griffin. As the villagers approached, they marveled at the sight before them. The clearing was alive with a luminescent glow, the air thick with enchantment. The villagers, usually bound to the rhythms of their simple lives, felt a sense of wonder unfurling within them. Among them, Old Man Tom stood, his skepticism melting away, replaced by a childlike awe as a fairy perched delicately on his shoulder. The night was filled with laughter and joy as villagers and magical beings danced together, their spirits entwined in a celebration of unity. The brook's whispers became a melodious song, and the glowbugs' light wove a tapestry of stars around them. In the midst of the festivities, Iris noticed a young boy, Timmy, hesitating at the edge of the gathering. His eyes were wide with both fear and wonder. Iris approached him with a gentle smile, kneeling down to his level. "It's okay to be scared," she said softly, her words a gentle bridge across his uncertainty. "The magic is new to all of us, but it's here to be shared." Timmy nodded slowly, taking Iris's hand. Together, they joined the dance, and soon Timmy's laughter echoed through the clearing, a sound that melded seamlessly with the joyous symphony of the night. As the festivities drew to a close, Iris stood beside Eldon, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you for trusting me," she said, her voice soft and sincere, a thread of connection woven into the night's tapestry. Eldon nodded, his eyes glowing with gentle warmth. "It is you who have shown us the way, Iris. The bond between our worlds is stronger now, thanks to your kindness and courage." As the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, the villagers returned to Everbrook, carrying with them the memory of a magical night. And though the glowbugs returned to their usual patterns and the brook sang its familiar tune, the connection forged that night remained, a testament to the power of friendship and understanding. With a heart full of peace, Iris lay in her bed, the soft rustle of the forest lulling her to sleep. And as she dreamed, she knew that the Whispering Woods would always be a place of magic and mystery, whispering its secrets to those who cared to listen. In her dreams, Iris wandered the forest paths, now knowing she was not just a visitor, but a part of its eternal rhythm, its stories, and its heart. Through the slumbering village, the night watch wind carried a promise, that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always find a way to touch the hearts of those who dared to believe. In the days that followed, the bond between Everbrook and the Whispering Woods grew stronger. The villagers often found that their gardens flourished more vibrantly, the fruits and vegetables growing larger and sweeter than ever before. Iris would spend afternoons under the ancient oak, where she and Eldon exchanged stories, deepening their understanding of one another's worlds. One afternoon, Iris found herself in conversation with a family of talking rabbits who lived at the edge of the village. They shared tales of their own, recounting the ancient history of the woods and its inhabitants. Through these tales, Iris discovered the stories of past gatherings, learning how each had strengthened the forest's magic, a binding force that protected both the mystical creatures and the villagers. As she listened, Iris realized that the true magic of the Whispering Woods lay not just in its enchanting creatures and ethereal beauty, but in the connections it fostered, between people, between worlds, and within each individual's heart. It was a legacy of unity and respect, one that she was proud to be a part of. The village, too, began to change. Old Man Tom, once skeptical, became an eager participant in the village's newfound connection to the forest. He taught the children to listen to the brook's whispers and to see the stories etched in the bark of the trees. His garden, once ordinary, now blossomed with a variety of flora, each with a story of its own, adding to the village's rich tapestry of lore. As seasons turned, Everbrook thrived. The villagers, guided by Iris and Eldon's friendship, embraced a newfound appreciation for the world around them. They learned to see the magic in the mundane, understanding that every leaf, every creature, and every whispered breeze held a story worth listening to. And so the legacy of that magical night endured, a reminder that the Whispering Woods, with its secrets and stories, was a part of them all, a timeless bond woven into the very fabric of their lives. Story 5. In the quiet corner of a galaxy rich with colors and swirling stars, there existed a humble little blue planet called Eloria. Eloria was a world of vibrancy and tranquility, a canvas painted with gentle rivers that whispered age-old secrets to the wind, and vast meadows where the grass hummed softly under the sun's warm embrace. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming flora, and the skies were a tapestry of colors that shifted seamlessly with the passage of time. The Elorians, with their shimmering, translucent skin that sparkled like morning dew, lived in harmony with nature, tending to their gardens and forests with great care. Their culture was steeped in tradition, with each dawn marking a sacred ritual of gratitude to the celestial bodies that watched over them. Soft chimes echoed through the air as Elorians offered their thanks, their melodies blending with the whispers of the rivers. Their homes were woven from the fibers of the earth, blending seamlessly into the landscape, giving the impression that they lived within the very heart of nature itself. One fine day, as the sky blushed with the hues of dawn, a peculiar event unfolded. From the heavens descended a sleek, silver spacecraft, its surface gleaming like a still pond under the moonlight. It landed softly in a meadow, the grass rustling as if welcoming a long-lost friend. This was not the first time the Elorians had witnessed celestial phenomena, but the sight of an actual vessel descending from the skies was unprecedented. Out emerged a curious figure, tall and covered in scales that glinted like emeralds under the morning sun. This was Zephyr, a traveler from the distant planet of Luminara, known for its storms that painted the skies with vibrant colors. Zephyr had journeyed far, seeking a place of peace and quiet away from the tempestuous weather of Luminara. His home was a symphony of chaos, where the skies were ever alive with the dance of lightning and thunder, a place both beautiful and overwhelming. However, he was unaware that Eloria was a planet of peace-loving beings who were not accustomed to visitors from beyond the stars. As Zephyr stepped out of his ship, the Elorians, timid yet curious, gathered at a distance, their whispers like the rustle of leaves. Among them was a gentle-hearted Elorian named Lyra. With eyes as deep as the universe itself and a heart full of compassion, Lyra stepped forward, her movements as graceful as a breeze. She was known among her people not only for her kindness, but for her ability to perceive the deeper truths that lay beneath appearances. Her curiosity was fueled by an unyielding desire to understand the unknown and to see beyond the surface of things. "Welcome, traveler," Lyra said, her voice as soft as the murmur of a brook. "We are the Elorians. May we ask of your purpose here?" Zephyr, though gentle in nature, was initially misunderstood. His towering presence and unfamiliar appearance caused a ripple of apprehension amongst the Elorians. Yet, sensing no harm in his heart, Lyra decided to befriend this strange visitor. Her intuition told her that there was more to Zephyr than met the eye, a soul weary from the storms, seeking solace. "I come seeking tranquility," Zephyr replied, his voice resonant like distant thunder. "My home is beautiful yet wild. The storms there are relentless, and I yearn for a place where I might find solace." Understanding his need, Lyra offered Zephyr a place within their community, a quaint abode beside a gentle stream where the water sang a lullaby to the rocks. Grateful, Zephyr accepted, though he felt a pang of loneliness being so far from his own kind. The stream became his confidant, its waters mirroring his thoughts as he pondered his journey and what lay ahead. In the days that followed, Zephyr and the Elorians began to learn from one another. Yet, there were misunderstandings. Zephyr's booming laughter, like the roll of thunder, often startled the Elorians, who were used to the soft melodies of their world. And when Zephyr shared tales of the stormy dances of Luminara, the Elorians struggled to comprehend such ferocity. But it was through these differences that they grew. Lyra, with her wisdom, saw the beauty in Zephyr's tales and shared with him the soothing songs of Eloria, teaching him of their gentle ways. In return, Zephyr showed them the art of resilience, learned from living amidst the storms. Their bond deepened when a great challenge arose. One evening, as the sky turned a deep indigo, a rare cosmic event unfolded. A meteor shower, dazzling yet perilous, threatened to disturb the harmony of Eloria. The skies roared as fiery trails lit the heavens, casting a shadow of fear over the land. In this moment of crisis, it was Zephyr who stood tall, his presence a beacon of courage. Drawing upon his knowledge of the tumultuous weather of Luminara, Zephyr devised a plan. He taught the Elorians to weave shields of light using the shimmering energy that danced in the air, an art known to his people for protection against the fierce elements. Together, they worked through the night, their efforts a symphony of unity and hope. As dawn broke, the meteors passed harmlessly, their fiery trails fading into the morning light. The Elorians, safe and sound, rejoiced, their laughter like the tinkling of chimes in a gentle breeze. In the aftermath, Zephyr and Lyra stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and cooperation. The Elorians, once wary, now embraced Zephyr as one of their own, his presence a cherished part of their world. As the days turned to months, Zephyr found not only the tranquility he sought, but also a place where his heart felt at home. In the meadows of Eloria, he discovered the true essence of friendship, a bond that transcended appearances and origins, rooted in kindness and shared experiences. Under the endless sky of Eloria, where stars twinkled like distant dreams, Zephyr and Lyra would often sit by the stream, their laughter mingling with the gentle music of the water. And in the soft glow of the evening, they would share stories of storms and serenity, their friendship a guiding star in the vast universe. In time, Zephyr introduced the Elorians to a new tradition, a festival of lights, inspired by the storms of Luminara, yet adapted to Eloria's gentle spirit. The Elorians, with their innate creativity, crafted delicate lanterns that floated in the night sky, each one a symbol of hope and resilience. As the lanterns ascended, they mirrored the stars, creating a celestial dance that told the tale of unity and peace. However, the tranquility was soon tested by the arrival of an unexpected visitor from Luminara, a fellow traveler named Orin. Unlike Zephyr, Orin was brash and impatient, his presence akin to an untamed storm. His arrival stirred old fears within the Elorians, who were reminded of the unpredictability of the universe. Lyra, with her heart open to understanding, saw this as another opportunity for growth. "Orin, what brings you to our serene world?" Lyra inquired, her tone gentle yet firm, much like the winds that caressed the Elorian meadows. Orin, with eyes like storm clouds, replied, "I heard tales of a world where peace reigns, and I wish to see it for myself. I seek not to disrupt, but to learn." Through Orin's presence, Zephyr realized the depth of his own transformation since arriving on Eloria. Once burdened by the chaos of his home, he now understood the balance between serenity and the storms. With newfound patience, he took Orin under his wing, sharing the lessons he had learned from Lyra and the Elorians. Together, they taught Orin the art of harmony, showing him how to channel his energy into creating rather than destroying. The Elorians, too, found an unexpected kinship with Orin, learning that even the fiercest storms carry within them the seeds of rebirth. Meanwhile, a new challenge emerged on Eloria as the seasons began to shift in unexpected ways. The gentle rains that regularly nourished the land became sparse, and the Elorians noticed subtle changes in the behavior of their beloved flora and fauna. Concerned, Lyra and Zephyr embarked on a journey to the ancient Whispering Woods, a place said to hold the wisdom of the ages. There, surrounded by towering trees whose leaves shimmered with the colors of twilight, they sought answers from the elder Aelorians, keepers of the planet's history and secrets. It was revealed that the balance of Eloria was closely tied to the harmony between its inhabitants and the celestial rhythms. The arrival of new energies had subtly shifted this balance, a challenge that required understanding and adaptation. Determined to restore harmony, Lyra, Zephyr, and Orin devised a plan. They would blend their unique knowledges, Elorian wisdom, Zephyr's resilience, and Orin's untamed spirit, into a new ritual, one that would honor both the tranquility of Eloria and the vibrant energy of Luminara. As the three worked together, they crafted a ceremony that resonated with both worlds, a dance of light and shadow that celebrated the unity of differences. The ceremony was held under a sky ablaze with auroras. The Elorians and their visitors gathered in a circle, their hearts beating in unison with the pulse of the planet. As the ritual unfolded, the land seemed to breathe anew, the gentle rains returning to bless the earth, the flora blooming in vibrant harmony once more. In this moment, the Elorians and their celestial guests understood that peace was not a static state, but a dynamic dance, one that required constant care and understanding. With their bond strengthened, they knew that they could face whatever challenges lay ahead, together. And so, in this quiet corner of the galaxy, under the watchful eyes of swirling stars, two travelers from a tempestuous world, along with their newfound friends, found solace and belonging among the gentle people of Eloria. Through friendship and understanding, they learned that true peace comes not from the absence of storms, but from the strength to weather them together, and from the courage to embrace change as a path to deeper harmony. As time passed, Zephyr became an integral part of the Elorian Council, guiding them with insights drawn from his experiences on both Luminara and Eloria. His knowledge of weather patterns and celestial phenomena became invaluable, as it helped the Elorians adapt to their changing environment. Orin, having learned to temper his impulsive nature, became a bridge between the two worlds, facilitating a deeper understanding and exchange of knowledge. The planet Eloria itself seemed to resonate with the newfound harmony, as if acknowledging the unity forged between its inhabitants and their celestial visitors. The meadows flourished with an abundance of life, and the rivers sang with an even sweeter melody. The skies, ever a canvas of shifting hues, now held an added brilliance, reflecting the shared dreams and hopes of the Elorians and their guests. Zephyr, Lyra, and Orin often gathered under the stars, each sharing stories of their journeys and aspirations. They marveled at how their paths had intertwined in such unexpected ways, creating a tapestry of experiences that enriched their lives and the world around them. The lessons they had learned together became tales of inspiration, passed down through generations, reminding all of the power of unity and understanding. And so in this tranquil corner of the galaxy, where stars danced above a world of peace and vibrancy, the legacy of Zephyr, Lyra, and Orin endured. They had not only found a home on Eloria, but had also woven a new chapter in its history, one of resilience, transformation, and the enduring strength of friendship. Story 6. On the edge of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the cobblestone streets wound like ribbons through fields of lupines and daisies, there stood an old thatched-roof cottage. It was a cozy place, with a garden overgrown just enough to be charming, filled with the sweet melodies of songbirds and the gentle hum of bees. In this cottage lived a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as curious as the sky was wide. Lila loved to explore, and each day brought a new adventure. Her mornings were spent in the nearby forest, where she imagined the rustling leaves were whispering secrets from the land of dreams. One chilly autumn afternoon, while the golden sun cast long shadows across the forest floor, Lila stumbled upon something peculiar. Hidden beneath a thick carpet of fallen leaves was an old, tarnished compass. It flickered with a faint, otherworldly glow in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Lila picked up the compass, brushing away the debris. As her fingers lingered on its surface, the needle spun wildly before settling, pointing not north, but towards the heart of the forest. With her curiosity piqued, Lila decided to follow where the compass led, feeling an inexplicable pull towards adventure. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a natural archway overhead, their leaves whispering like old friends sharing secrets. The scent of pine and earth filled the air, mingling with the crispness of approaching winter. As she ventured deeper, Lila felt a warm sense of anticipation, as if the forest itself was welcoming her. Along the way, she encountered a wise old owl perched on a low-hanging branch. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes twinkled like stars. "Hello, young traveler," he hooted softly, his voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see you have found the compass of wonders." Surprised, Lila asked, "Do you know where it leads?" The owl nodded sagely. "It guides those who are pure of heart to the hidden wonders of the world. But remember, the journey will test your wisdom and kindness." Encouraged by the owl's words, Lila continued, feeling a flurry of excitement in her chest. The compass led her to a glade where sunlight streamed through the canopy, creating a circle of warmth and light. In the center stood a magnificent old tree, its bark glistening with an ethereal sheen, as though woven from the fabric of dreams. As Lila approached, she noticed something remarkable. The tree had a door, small and round, nestled into its trunk. She felt a flutter of hesitation, but her curiosity outweighed her fear. With a deep breath, she turned the handle and stepped inside. To her astonishment, the interior was a library, filled with shelves that stretched endlessly upwards, laden with books of every size and color. The air was imbued with the comforting scent of aged paper and leather. A fire crackled merrily in a hearth carved into the wall, casting a warm glow that danced across the room. In the center of this magical place sat a kindly old librarian, her hair a cascade of silver, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. She looked up from the book she was reading and smiled warmly at Lila. "Welcome, dear child," she said in a voice like the softest wind chimes. Lila felt immediately at ease. "This place is amazing," she breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. The librarian nodded. "These books contain the secrets of the world, stories of courage, friendship, and the wisdom to overcome any challenge." Lila spent timeless moments browsing the shelves, each book whispering tales of distant lands and forgotten times. But one book, in particular, caught her eye. It was bound in deep blue velvet, with a title that shimmered like starlight, The Heart's True Compass. As she opened it, Lila discovered it was not filled with words, but with scenes that sprang to life, showing children like her overcoming challenges with kindness and cleverness. Inspired, she knew she had found her own heart's compass, one that would guide her in the real world. When it was time to leave, the librarian gifted her the book, saying, "Remember, true magic lies in the kindness we show and the wisdom we share." Lila stepped back into the forest, the book clutched to her heart, and found the old owl waiting for her. "Did you find what you were seeking?" he asked, though he seemed to already know the answer. "I did," Lila replied, her voice imbued with newfound confidence. "I learned that the greatest wonders are not just out there, but inside us as well." The owl nodded approvingly, flapping his wings in a silent farewell as Lila retraced her steps back to her village. The journey had changed her, filling her with a gentle strength and a deeper understanding of the world and her place within it. From that day forward, Lila carried the magic of the compass of wonders in her heart, using her wisdom and kindness to help others discover their own paths. And as the sun set behind the hills, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, she knew that every end was but the beginning of another wondrous adventure. And thus, under the canopy of stars and the watchful gaze of the wise old owl, Lila fell asleep in her cozy cottage, dreaming of the endless possibilities the world held, knowing she would always find her way. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a land where rainbows danced across the sky, there lived a young girl named Rosie. Now Rosie wasn't your ordinary girl. She had a curious habit of sneezing wildflowers whenever she giggled too hard. One sunny morning, Rosie skipped merrily through the meadow of mirth, her favorite place to play. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the trees swayed in a gentle breeze. As she twirled and hummed a merry tune, she caught sight of a peculiar little creature perched on a toadstool. "Why, hello there!" Rosie exclaimed, her eyes widening in delight. The creature resembled a plump, furry caterpillar, but with the most extraordinary pair of spectacles perched upon its nose. "Greetings, young lady," the creature replied in a dignified voice. "I am Sir Biblioworm, keeper of all the tales in the enchanted library." Rosie couldn't contain her giggles, and a shower of daisies burst forth from her nose. "Oh, pardon me, I'm Rosie. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Biblioworm." The caterpillar-like creature adjusted his spectacles and peered at her curiously. "My dear, it seems you have a rather delightful talent, but alas, I find myself in quite a predicament." Rosie tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. "What's the matter?" Sir Biblioworm let out a weary sigh. "The enchanted library has been overrun by a mischievous band of pixies. They've scattered the books everywhere, and now the stories are all jumbled up. Without the proper tales in order, the magic of our world will start to fade away." Rosie gasped, her eyes growing wide as saucers. "That's terrible. But don't worry, Sir Biblioworm, I'll help you fix this mess." And so the unlikely duo set off on their quest to restore order to the enchanted library. Along the way, they encountered a host of delightfully quirky characters. A talking tree stump with a penchant for terrible riddles, a family of friendly gnomes who spoke only in rhymes, and a merry troop of dancing mushrooms. With each new friend they met, Rosie's laughter grew more boisterous and her sneezing fits more spectacular. Soon they were leaving a trail of wildflowers in their wake, turning even the dreariest of paths into a vibrant, fragrant wonderland. Finally, they reached the enchanted library, a towering structure made of intricately carved wood and stained glass. Inside it was chaos. Books were strewn about haphazardly, and tiny pixies zipped through the air, giggling mischievously. Rosie took a deep breath and let out the biggest sneeze of her life, a veritable explosion of sunflowers that rained down upon the pixies. Startled, the little creatures paused in their mischief, enveloped in a shower of golden petals. Sir Biblioworm seized the opportunity and began to recite a spell, his voice resonating through the library. Slowly but surely, the books began to levitate, rearranging themselves back onto the shelves in their proper order. As the last book settled into place, a warm, radiant glow filled the library, and the pixies let out a collective sigh of contentment. They had been so caught up in their merry mayhem that they had forgotten the true joy of stories. From that day on, the pixies became the most diligent librarians in all the land, and Rosie and Sir Biblioworm formed an unbreakable bond of friendship. Whenever the world seemed a little too ordinary, they would venture forth into the enchanted library, where tales of wonder and delight awaited them at every turn. And whenever Rosie felt the urge to giggle, she simply let it out, filling the air with a shower of petals and the magic of pure, unbridled joy. Story 8. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden world known only to those who could hear the song of the wind and see the dance of the shadows. This was a place where sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with patterns of gold and green. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, a fragrance both timeless and comforting. Here, in this enchanted realm, lived creatures forgotten by the outer world, beings of gentle magic and quiet wisdom. Among these creatures was a young girl named Anwen. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Anwen was no ordinary girl. She possessed a gift, a magical ability inherited from her ancestors. She could speak to the trees and understand their ancient language. This was a gift that brought her great joy, for she loved the forest and its inhabitants dearly. But it was also a gift that set her apart, for in the village beyond the forest, few understood her connection to the natural world. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn spilled over the horizon, Anwen awoke to the sound of gentle tapping against her window. A small bird, its feathers shimmering with iridescent hues, was perched on the sill, peering in with bright, intelligent eyes. Anwen smiled and opened the window, allowing the bird to hop inside. "Good morning, my little friend," she greeted, her voice as soft as the breeze. The bird chirped in response, its song a melody of hope and adventure. "What news do you bring?" Anwen asked, knowing that the creatures of the forest often carried messages of importance. The bird fluttered to her shoulder and began to sing a tune that spoke of a mysterious presence deep within the heart of the forest, a presence that had awakened after centuries of slumber. Anwen listened intently, her curiosity piqued. "Thank you," she whispered, stroking the bird's delicate feathers. "I shall go and see for myself." With that decision made, Anwen dressed quickly, donning her favorite cloak, woven from the softest wool and dyed with the colors of the forest. She stepped outside, the morning air crisp and invigorating, and set off along the winding path that led into the woods. As she walked, the forest around her seemed to come alive. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets only Anwen could hear. The sunlight danced through the branches, casting dappled shadows that moved like spirits. Anwen felt a thrill of excitement and anticipation. She knew this journey would be unlike any she had taken before. Deeper and deeper she went, until the familiar paths gave way to untrodden ground. Here, the forest was wilder, more ancient. The trees stood taller, their trunks gnarled and twisted, covered in moss and lichen. The air was cooler, filled with the scent of mystery and magic. Finally, Anwen reached a clearing bathed in ethereal light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Beneath the oak lay a pool of water, so clear and still it seemed as though time itself had paused to drink from its depths. Anwen approached the pool, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and wonder. As she peered into the water, she saw not her own reflection, but the image of a world unlike any she had ever known. a world of vibrant colors and fantastical creatures, a hidden realm that existed alongside her own. In that moment, Anwen understood the message the bird had brought. This was the presence that had awakened, the hidden world waiting to be discovered, and she was the one chosen to find it. With a deep breath, Anwen touched the surface of the pool. Ripples spread outward, distorting the reflection, and she felt a gentle tug, as though the water were pulling her into its depths. Without hesitation, Anwen stepped forward and allowed herself to be drawn into the hidden world. The sensation was like slipping into a warm embrace, a feeling of safety and belonging. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a land of breathtaking beauty. The sky was a brilliant shade of azure, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Around her, the forest was alive with creatures of every kind. Birds of dazzling plumage flitted among the branches, while deer with antlers adorned with blossoms grazed peacefully. Anwen felt a sense of awe and wonder, for she had never seen such a place in all her life. As she explored this magical realm, Anwen encountered a group of beings who seemed to be the guardians of this world. They were tall and graceful, with skin that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, Anwen," they greeted her, their voices as soothing as a lullaby. "We have been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Anwen asked, her voice filled with surprise. "Yes," one of the guardians replied. "You are the one who can hear the whispers of the forest and understand its secrets. The hidden world has chosen you to be its ally and protector." Anwen felt a surge of pride and responsibility. She had always known she was different, but now she understood her true purpose. She was meant to bridge the gap between the two worlds, to ensure that the magic of the hidden realm was preserved and protected. For days, Anwen remained in the enchanted world, learning its secrets and forging bonds of friendship with its inhabitants. She discovered that the magic of this realm was delicate, easily disrupted by the actions of those who did not understand its value. As she spent more time in this world, Anwen's heart grew heavy with the knowledge that not everyone cherished the forest as she did. She thought of her village and the people who saw the forest as nothing more than a resource to be exploited. She knew she had to return and share what she had learned, to help others see the beauty and magic that lay just beyond their perception. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of color, Anwen bid farewell to her newfound friends. The guardians gifted her with a small, magical amulet, a token of their trust and gratitude. It glowed with a soft, warm light, a reminder of the hidden world and its wonders. With a heavy heart, Anwen stepped back through the shimmering pool and returned to her own world. The transition was gentle, like waking from a dream, and she found herself once again in the familiar embrace of the forest. The journey home was filled with reflection and resolve. Anwen knew her task would not be easy, but she was determined to share her story and inspire others to see the magic around them. As she entered the village, Anwen was met with curious gazes and whispered questions. She gathered the villagers and spoke of her journey, her voice filled with passion and conviction. She described the hidden world and its wonders, urging them to respect and protect the forest that sheltered it. At first, there was skepticism and doubt, but as Anwen spoke, her sincerity and wisdom shone through. Slowly, the villagers began to understand the importance of preserving the magic that surrounded them. Over time, Anwen's influence spread, and the village became a place where the natural world was cherished and celebrated. The people learned to live in harmony with the forest, and in doing so, they discovered a richness of life and spirit they had never known. Anwen's journey had changed her, but it had also transformed her village. The hidden world remained a secret, known only to those who could hear its call, but its magic touched the lives of all who embraced the beauty and wonder of the forest. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen continued to walk the paths of the forest, her heart forever intertwined with the hidden world she had discovered. Her story was one of friendship and understanding, a tale of transformation and growth, and it was told for generations, a reminder of the magic that exists within and around us all. In the quiet moments, when the wind whispered through the trees and the stars twinkled above, Anwen would sit by the pool, the amulet glowing softly in her hand, and she would remember her time in the hidden world, knowing that its magic would always be a part of her. And so ends the tale of Anwen, the girl who could hear the forest's song and see the magic in the world around her. Her journey was one of discovery and enlightenment, a reminder that the greatest treasures are often hidden in plain sight, waiting for those with open hearts and open minds to find them. Story 9. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willow. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly. What troubles you so? Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. Anwen, he began, his voice barely a whisper, there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me. Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light. With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 10. Once upon a time, in a forest so ancient that its trees whispered secrets only the wind could decipher, there lay a tranquil grove known as Verdant Hollow. This was a place where the sun wove golden patterns on the forest floor, and the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Verdant Hollow was not merely a resting place for wanderers, but a sanctuary for the creatures that dwelled there, each living in harmony with the rhythms of nature. The heart of the grove was a vast, glistening pond, its waters as clear as the morning sky. Around it gathered the forest's most cherished inhabitants, the wise old tortoise, Merwin, who wore the map of time on his shell, the nimble squirrel, Pippin, whose laughter echoed like tinkling bells, and the gentle doe, Lyria, whose eyes held the wisdom of countless moonlit nights. In Verdant Hollow, the changing seasons were celebrated with quiet reverence. Spring brought a symphony of blossoms, their petals unfurling like banners of hope. Summer draped the forest in a lush, green cloak, where sunlight danced through the leaves and the air buzzed with life. Autumn painted the world in hues of amber and crimson, a time of harvest and reflection. Winter, though stark, was a gentle slumber, blanketing the grove in a serene hush. One day, as the first whispers of autumn began to color the leaves, the creatures of Verdant Hollow gathered for their seasonal council. It was a time to share stories, wisdom, and offer help to any who needed it. As they sat beneath the great oak, whose limbs bent low with age and grace, Merwin spoke, his voice as deep and steady as the earth itself. "My friends," he began, "the winds have carried tales of imbalance beyond our borders. The river that feeds our pond has slowed, and with it the song of our forest may falter." A murmur of concern rippled through the gathering. The river was the lifeblood of Verdant Hollow, its gentle currents nourishing the trees and creatures alike. Without it, the grove's harmony could wither like leaves in the frost. Pippin, ever the optimist, leaped onto a mossy stone, his bushy tail flicking with determination. "Perhaps," he chirped, "we might journey upstream to find the cause of this trouble. Together we can restore the balance." Lyria nodded, her eyes reflecting the gentle light of the pond. "I will guide us with the wisdom of my kin. We have always listened to the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves." And so it was decided. The trio would venture beyond the familiar embrace of verdant hollow, into the wider realms of the forest, where mysteries lay like dewdrops on a spider's web. Their journey led them through thickets of bramble and fields of swaying ferns, their path illuminated by the dappled sunlight. The air was rich with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and the distant call of a cuckoo marking their progress. As they traveled, they encountered creatures of all kinds, each with tales of their own. In a clearing where the trees stood like sentinels, they met an ancient owl named Thaddeus. His feathers were the color of twilight, and he hooted softly from his perch atop a gnarled branch. "Ah, travelers from verdant hollow," he greeted them, his voice like the rustle of parchment. "I have seen the river's plight. It is tangled with vines of greed, where the forest has been forgotten by those who dwell on its edge." Merwin nodded gravely, understanding the owl's meaning. The human settlements nearby had grown, their needs encroaching upon the natural world, disrupting the delicate balance that had been maintained for generations. Lyria stepped forward, her presence calming as a lullaby. "We must remind them of the bond we share with this land. Perhaps through understanding, they might learn to tread lightly." With Thaddeus's blessing, the trio pressed onward, their resolve firm as the ancient oaks. They reached the source of the river, where a small village nestled among the hills. The river's flow was choked by debris and neglect, its waters struggling against the weight of human carelessness. Pippin, with his nimble grace, darted among the villagers, spreading seeds of curiosity and wonder. His antics drew the children, their laughter ringing like wind chimes, and soon the adults followed, their hearts stirred by the joy of discovery. Merwin, with his steady presence, spoke to the elders, sharing tales of the forest's history, of the symbiotic dance between nature and those who called it home. His words were like a gentle rain, awakening dormant seeds of wisdom within their hearts. And Lyria, with her serene grace, led them to the riverbank, where together they cleared the debris, their hands and hearts working as one. The river sang once more, its waters flowing freely, a ribbon of silver weaving through the land. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the world, the villagers and the creatures of verdant hollow gathered by the river's edge. There, under the watchful gaze of the stars, they pledged to honor the balance, to protect the harmony that sustained them all. With the river restored and the bond between humans and nature renewed, Merwin, Pippin, and Lyria returned to verdant hollow, their hearts light with the knowledge that kindness and wisdom had prevailed. And so, in the gentle embrace of the ancient forest, life continued in its delicate dance, each creature and every tree a vital note in the symphony of the seasons. Verdant hollow thrived, a testament to the timeless truth that harmony and friendship could overcome even the greatest challenges. As the night wrapped the forest in its velvet cloak, the creatures settled into their slumber, the soft murmur of the river lulling them into dreams, and the wind, carrying tales of their journey, whispered through the trees, a gentle promise that the wisdom of the forest would endure for generations to come. Story 11. Title: The Whispering Lantern. In the gentle folds of a valley where the hills rolled like waves frozen in time, there existed a village known as Meadows Hollow. To the north, the village was cradled by an emerald forest, and to the south it gazed upon a tranquil lake that mirrored the sky's every whim. The people of Meadows Hollow were a peaceful folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the earth and sky. It was said that the village held a secret, a hidden world within its borders, known only to a few. In this village there lived a young girl named Leela. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of moss after rain and hair that danced like wheat in the summer breeze. Lila spent her days exploring the forest, her heart attuned to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. However, what intrigued her most was an old, abandoned lantern she had found in her grandmother's attic. It was unlike any she had ever seen, with intricate carvings that seemed to tell stories of their own. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with a voice soft as velvet, sat beside her by the fireplace. The warm glow of the flames flickered across the walls, casting playful shadows that danced in time with the crackling wood. "Tell me, grandmother," Layla began, holding the lantern in her lap, What is the story behind this old lantern? Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with a light that matched the fire. Ah, the whispering lantern, she mused, as if the memory was a cherished friend. It is said to hold the magic of the forest, a bridge to the world unseen by ordinary eyes. Lila leaned closer, her curiosity piqued. What kind of magic? Her grandmother smiled, her wrinkles deepening like the creases of a well-loved map. The kind that reveals the true heart of things, dear one. But it only works for those who listen with their soul. That night, long after her grandmother's stories had lulled her to sleep, Lila dreamed of the lantern. In her dream, it glowed with a light so pure and gentle, it seemed to breathe with life. She awoke with a sense of wonder and a determination to uncover its secrets. The next morning, the air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine. Lila decided to venture into the forest, the lantern swinging gently from her hand. The trees stood tall and wise, their leaves whispering secrets in a language older than time. As she walked deeper into the woods, the world around her grew quiet, as if holding its breath. Eventually, she reached a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like the arms of a guardian. Beneath it, the ground was carpeted with soft moss, and the air was rich with the fragrance of earth and life. Lila set the lantern down at the base of the tree and settled beside it. She closed her eyes, allowing the sounds and scents of the forest to envelop her. It was then that she heard it, a faint whisper, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. Startled, she opened her eyes. The lantern was glowing softly, its carvings shimmering with a light that seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of the earth. "Who are you?" the voice whispered, gentle as the caress of a breeze. "I'm Lila," she replied, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "Are you the lantern?" There was a soft chuckle, like the chiming of distant bells. "I am the spirit of the forest, and this lantern is my vessel. You have awakened me, dear child of the earth." Lila's heart fluttered with awe and excitement. "Why me?" "Because you listen with your soul," the spirit replied. "And now your journey begins." With those words, the forest around her seemed to shift. The trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling in a harmonious melody. Lila felt a warmth spread through her, a connection to the world around her that was both profound and comforting. "Come," the spirit urged. "There is much to see and much to learn." With the lantern as her guide, Lila ventured deeper into the forest. Each step she took was accompanied by the whispers of the spirit, sharing tales of the trees, the animals, and the magic that bound them together. She learned of the hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary became extraordinary and the unseen became visible. As the days turned into weeks, Lila's understanding of the forest grew. She discovered that every creature, every leaf, and every stone held a story, a purpose that was intricately woven into the tapestry of life. Through her journey, she also came to realize the importance of balance, of living in harmony with the world around her. But it was not just the forest that changed. Lila herself was transformed. She became more attuned to the subtleties of the world, her heart open to the beauty and wisdom that surrounded her. She learned to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, to find magic in the mundane. One day, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the spirit spoke again. "You have learned much, dear Lila, but now it is time for you to share this wisdom with others." Lila nodded, understanding the weight of the responsibility. She returned to Meadows Hollow, her heart filled with the knowledge and magic of the forest. She shared her experiences with her family, her friends, and anyone who would listen, weaving the stories of the forest into the fabric of their daily lives. In doing so, she not only enriched the lives of those around her, but also strengthened the bond between the village and the natural world. The people of Meadows Hollow came to appreciate the beauty and magic of their surroundings, fostering a sense of stewardship and reverence for the land. As for Lila, she continued to visit the forest, her lantern always by her side. It became a symbol of her journey, a reminder of the hidden world that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And though she never ceased to learn and grow, she knew that the true magic lay not just in the forest, but in the connections she forged and the wisdom she shared. And so, as the years passed, the story of the Whispering Lantern became a cherished tale in Meadows Hollow, a testament to the power of listening with one's soul and the beauty of a world filled with wonder and magic. And under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lila would often sit by the fireplace, recounting her adventures to the younger generations, her voice a gentle melody that lulled them to sleep, just as her grandmothers had done for her. The lantern sat beside her, its soft glow a comforting presence, a beacon of light in the quiet of the night. And thus the legacy of the whispering lantern lived on, a bridge between the seen and the unseen, a reminder that the true heart of things was always within reach, for those who dared to listen. Story 12. Once upon a time, in a galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, there existed a quaint little planet named Lumina. It was a place of gentle rolling hills and meadows that glowed with bioluminescent flora. The skies above Lumina were always a soft lavender hue, and the air carried the scent of sweet, blooming nectar. On this serene planet lived a creature named Orin, a luminarian who resembled a luminescent jellyfish. Orin's body shimmered with colors that shifted like the northern lights, and he moved with a fluid grace, his tendrils trailing like threads of gossamer in the gentle breeze. Orin was known for his gentle heart and wise counsel, always offering a helping tendril to those in need. One day, a ship from a distant world landed on the soft grasslands of Lumina. Out stepped a being unlike any Orin had ever seen. This newcomer was a mechanical creature named Zin, from the metal-clad planet of Farum. Zin's body was a patchwork of shining metals, gears, and circuits, and his eyes glowed with a soft amber light. His presence was a stark contrast to the organic beauty of Lumina. At first, Orin and Zin regarded each other with curiosity. Their worlds were as different as day and night, and this difference led to a series of misunderstandings. Orin's way of communicating through gentle pulses of light was misinterpreted by Zin's analytical mind, leading to confusion and frustration. Meanwhile, Zin's straightforward, logical manner seemed cold and unfeeling to Orin, who thrived on emotions and empathy. Despite these initial hurdles, fate had plans for Orin and Zin. A peculiar phenomenon began to affect Lumina, a mysterious darkness that threatened to snuff out the planet's radiant glow. The flora dimmed, and the once vibrant meadows turned a muted gray. The inhabitants of Lumina were in despair, unsure of how to restore their beloved home to its former beauty. Orin, though perplexed and saddened, knew that he needed help, and so he turned to Zin, whose mechanical intellect might hold the key to understanding the nature of this encroaching darkness. Together, they embarked on a journey across Lumina's landscapes, determined to unravel the mystery that loomed over the planet. As they traveled, Orin and Zin faced numerous challenges. The darkness twisted the terrain, creating obstacles and illusions that tested their resolve. In one instance, a thick fog enveloped them, causing Orin to become disoriented. Zin, with his precise sensors, guided Orin through the haze, his logical mind providing clarity in the confusion. In another moment, they encountered a chasm, a gaping maw that divided their path. Orin, with his elongated tendrils, reached across to form a bridge, allowing Zin to cross. In that moment of mutual support, they began to understand the strengths each possessed and how these could be combined to overcome their trials. Through these shared experiences, a bond began to form between them. Orin learned to appreciate Zin's methodical approach, recognizing the beauty in his structured way of thinking. Meanwhile, Zin came to value Orin's emotional insights, understanding that some problems required more than just calculations. They needed heart and intuition. As they drew closer to the source of the darkness, they found it emanating from a deep cavern beneath a towering crystalline mountain. The darkness was not an entity, but a shadow cast by a massive crystal that had lost its light. It was then that Zin had an idea. Using his mechanical ingenuity, he devised a contraption to focus and amplify Orin's luminescent glow. With their newfound understanding and trust, Orin lent his light to the device. Zin, with careful adjustments, directed the light into the heart of the crystal. Slowly, the darkness began to recede, and the crystal started to glow with renewed brilliance. It shimmered with a spectrum of colors, casting a radiant light that restored Lumina to its luminous glory. The planet blossomed once more, the meadows blooming with vibrant hues, and the skies returning to their gentle lavender shade. The inhabitants rejoiced, grateful for the unlikely duo who had saved their world. Orin and Zin stood together, their differences now a symbol of their complementary strengths. They realized that true friendship was not about being the same, but about embracing each other's uniqueness and growing together through shared experiences. And so, under the twinkling stars of Lumina, Orin and Zin forged a friendship that transcended worlds. They continued to explore the galaxy, spreading the message that understanding and collaboration could overcome any darkness. Their story became a beacon of hope, reminding all who heard it that the light of friendship could illuminate even the darkest of times. And as they journeyed through the vastness of space, their bond only grew stronger, a testament to the power of unity and the beauty of diverse companionship. Thus, in the gentle embrace of the universe, Orin and Zin discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that, like the stars above, would shine forever bright. Story 13. The Secret of the Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled between towering mountains and a shimmering azure sea, there lay a quaint village named Elderglen. Elderglen was a place where the air was perpetually infused with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Every morning, the sun cast golden rays over cobblestone streets, awakening the village with a warmth that seemed to embrace every corner and crevice. In this charming village lived a young girl named Maya. She was known for her curious spirit and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she was always on the brink of discovering something wondrous. Maya lived with her grandmother, a kind-hearted woman who filled their home with the aroma of freshly baked bread and stories of long-forgotten times. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced in the breeze, Maya set off for her favorite place, the edge of the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and magic, a verdant tapestry that whispered secrets to those who would listen. The villagers spoke of ancient spirits residing within, guardians of nature, though these were tales Maya's grandmother told with a knowing smile. As Maya approached the woods, she noticed something unusual. A single leaf, shimmering like a piece of the night sky, lay on the path. It was not like any leaf she had seen before. It seemed to pulse gently with its own light. Intrigued, she picked it up, feeling a strange but comforting warmth spread through her fingers. "Hello there," a soft voice chimed, startling Maya. She looked around, her eyes wide with surprise, but saw no one. "Down here," the voice giggled. To her amazement, the voice belonged to the leaf itself. "I am Leora," it introduced with a gentle rustle, "a guardian of these woods." Maya blinked in disbelief, but felt an inexplicable trust towards the leaf. "What brings you to life, Leora?" she asked, her voice a mix of awe and curiosity. "I need your help, dear Maya," Leora replied, its glow intensifying. "The heart of the woods is in danger. An ancient magic, one that protects the harmony of this place, is fading. We must restore it." Maya's heart skipped a beat. She had always longed for an adventure, and now found herself on the cusp of one. "What must I do?" she asked earnestly. "Follow me," Leora instructed, floating ahead, guiding Maya deeper into the woods. The path wound through tall, whispering trees whose branches seemed to weave together, sheltering them from the world beyond. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot harmonized with the gentle rustle of the forest. As they journeyed, Leora shared stories of the wood's history, of creatures that once roamed freely, of a time when the air was thick with magic. Maya listened, her heart swelling with a sense of responsibility and wonder. Their path led them to a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. But what caught Maya's attention was the pool of shimmering water at its base, reflecting the sky like a mirror. "This is the heart of the woods," Leora said, its glow now a serene blue. "The balance of nature rests here, but look closer." Maya peered into the pool, noticing the water's surface was marred by ripples, as if disturbed by unseen hands. "What causes this?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. "The harmony has been disrupted," Leora explained, its voice tinged with sadness. "A dark presence born from forgotten fears and neglect threatens to consume the magic. We must restore the balance by finding 3 sacred stones hidden within the woods." With determination, Maya agreed to help. Guided by Leora's gentle light, they set off to find the first stone. The The journey led them through a grove of silver birches, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Maya felt a sense of calm wash over her, as if the trees themselves were encouraging her onward. In the grove, they found the first stone, an opal that shimmered with hues of the sunrise. Maya placed it carefully in her satchel, feeling a surge of warmth and hope. Next, they ventured to the crystal glade, a place where light danced through prisms of ice, casting rainbows on the forest floor. It was here they discovered the second stone, a sapphire as deep and mysterious as the ocean. As Maya held it, she felt a cool, soothing energy spread through her. Their final destination was the Valley of Echoes, a place where every sound was amplified in a symphony of nature's voice. It was here, amidst the chorus of bird song and the rustle of leaves, that they found the third stone, a ruby that glowed with the warmth of a heart aflame. With the 3 stones in hand, Maya and Leora returned to the heart of the woods. As Maya placed each stone at the base of the ancient oak, a gentle tremor passed through the earth. The pool began to glow with a radiant light, its surface smoothing into a perfect reflection of the heavens. "The balance is restored," Leora said, its glow now a brilliant gold. "Thank you, Maya. Your courage and kindness have saved the woods." Maya felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing she had played a part in preserving the magic of the Whispering Woods. As a token of gratitude, Leora gifted her a small pendant, a piece of the shimmering leaf, so she would always carry the magic within her heart. As Maya made her way back to Elderglen, the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. She knew that she had changed, not just through the adventure, but through the wisdom she had gained, the understanding that harmony comes from the gentle balance of all things. Her grandmother awaited her return, a knowing smile playing on her lips as Maya recounted her journey. That night, as Maya drifted into a peaceful slumber, she dreamed of the Whispering Woods, of its guardians, and the magic that would forever be a part of her world. And so, with the woods at peace and her heart full, Maya's story became part of Elderglen's rich tapestry, a tale of adventure, friendship, and the quiet strength found in the most unexpected of places. As the years passed, the tale of Maya and the Whispering Woods was told time and again, each retelling a gentle reminder of the harmony and magic that still lingered in the air, just waiting to be discovered by those with the heart to listen. Story 14. Once upon a time, in a world where the boundaries between reality and imagination blurred, there lived a young girl named Willow. She possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to bring her dreams to life through a magical dream catcher woven from the finest strands of moonlight. Willow's dream catcher was more than just a decorative piece. It was a gateway to a hidden realm where the whispers of the night took form. Each time she fell asleep, the dream catcher would shimmer with an ethereal glow, beckoning her into a world of endless possibilities. One night, as Willow drifted into slumber, the dream catcher pulsed with a vibrant hue she had never seen before. Curiosity piqued. She reached out and allowed the soft tendrils of light to envelop her. In an instant, she found herself transported to a mystical forest, where ancient trees towered above her, their branches swaying in a gentle breeze. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the melodic trills of unseen creatures. Willow's eyes widened in wonder as she took in her surroundings, her heart racing with excitement and a hint of trepidation. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the path before her twisted and turned, leading her through a labyrinth of vibrant foliage and crystalline streams. Willow marveled at the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a warm glow upon the mossy ground. It was then that she noticed a peculiar sight, a tiny glowing orb hovering before her, its radiance pulsing in a hypnotic rhythm. Willow reached out, her fingertips grazing the orb, and in an instant she felt a surge of energy course through her veins. Suddenly, the forest around her began to shift and morph, revealing a hidden world teeming with life and magic. Mystical creatures emerged from the shadows, their forms shifting and blending with the natural elements around them. Willow gasped in awe as a majestic unicorn trotted towards her, its mane shimmering like a cascade of stardust. The unicorn bowed its head, and Willow instinctively reached out to stroke its silken coat. "Welcome, dear Willow," the unicorn spoke, its voice a melodious whisper carried on the wind. You have been chosen to embark on a journey of self-discovery and friendship. Willow's heart swelled with wonder and anticipation as she listened to the unicorn's words. She had always longed for adventure, and now it seemed her dreams were about to become reality. The unicorn gestured with its horn, and a shimmering path appeared before them, winding through the enchanted forest. "Follow this path, and you will find the answers you seek," the unicorn instructed. "But be warned, the journey will not be easy, and you will face challenges that will test the very fabric of your being." Willow nodded, her determination unwavering. She knew that this was a chance to explore the depths of her own courage and strength, and she was ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. As she embarked on the path, Willow encountered a myriad of wonders and obstacles. She befriended a mischievous sprite named Zephyr, who became her constant companion, guiding her through the twists and turns of the enchanted realm. Together, they navigated treacherous ravines, solved ancient riddles, and forged friendships with the most unexpected of creatures. Willow learned the value of patience and perseverance as she faced each challenge head-on, her spirit growing stronger with every step. One of the most remarkable encounters was with a wise old oak tree named Gnarlthorn. At first, the tree appeared gnarled and withered, its branches twisted and bare. But as Willow approached, she sensed a profound energy pulsing within its ancient trunk. Gnarlthorn spoke in a deep, rumbling voice that seemed to resonate within Willow's very soul. "Young Willow, you have embarked on a journey that will test the limits of your courage and resolve," the tree intoned. "But fear not, for within you burns a spark of resilience that cannot be extinguished." Willow listened intently as Gnarlthorn shared ancient wisdom, unveiling the secrets of self-discovery and the power of friendship. The old tree taught her that true strength lies not in confronting challenges alone, but in embracing the bonds of kindred spirits. As their journey continued, Willow and Zephyr encountered a mysterious figure shrouded in a cloak of shadows. The figure beckoned them deeper into the forest, promising to reveal a great secret if they could solve the riddles that lay ahead. With bated breath, they followed the enigmatic figure, their path leading them through a labyrinth of twisted roots and mystical glades. Each riddle they solved unveiled a piece of the puzzle, drawing them closer to the heart of the mystery. Finally, they stood before a towering archway adorned with intricate carvings, the air humming with ancient magic. The cloaked figure stepped forward, its voice echoing with the weight of untold secrets. "You have proven yourselves worthy, Willow and Zephyr," the figure proclaimed. "Now, behold the true essence of this realm, a world where dreams and reality intertwine, where the boundaries of possibility are limitless." With a sweep of its cloak, the figure revealed a breathtaking vista, a vast, shimmering expanse that stretched as far as the eye could see. Willow gasped in awe as she beheld a realm where the very laws of nature were bent and reshaped, where mountains floated like clouds and rivers flowed upwards into the sky. Zephyr, ever the mischievous sprite, darted towards the wondrous landscape, his laughter echoing across the ethereal plains. Willow followed, her heart overflowing with joy and wonder. As they explored this extraordinary realm, Willow and Zephyr encountered beings and sights that defied all logic and expectation. They soared on the wings of mythical creatures, danced among the stars, and discovered the true power of imagination. Through it all, Willow's bond with Zephyr grew ever stronger, their friendship forged in the fires of shared adventure and unwavering support. They learned that true friendship transcends boundaries and defies expectations, and that together they could overcome any obstacle. As their journey drew to a close, Willow found herself standing before the wise Gnarlthorn once more. The ancient oak tree regarded her with a knowing smile, its branches swaying gently in the ethereal breeze. "You have grown, young Willow," Gnarlthorn rumbled. "You have faced challenges and emerged stronger, wiser, and more resilient than ever before. The journey has transformed you, and now you possess the power to shape your own dreams and reality." Willow nodded, her eyes shining with newfound confidence and understanding. She knew that her adventures in the enchanted realm had forever changed her, opening her eyes to the limitless possibilities that lay within her own heart and mind. As the world around her began to fade, Willow felt a profound sense of gratitude and wonder. she had embarked on a journey that defied all expectations, forging friendships that would last a lifetime and discovering the true depths of her own courage and resilience. With a contented smile, she slipped back into the familiar embrace of her dream catcher, carrying with her the memories and lessons of her extraordinary adventure. And as she drifted off to sleep, she knew that the magic of the enchanted realm would forever be a part of her, guiding her dreams and shaping her reality. For in a world where imagination knows no bounds, the greatest adventures lie within the depths of one's own heart and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. Story 15. On the edge of a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and an ancient forest, stood a small ivy-covered cottage. It was here that a young girl named Clara lived with her grandmother. The air was always fragrant with the scent of lavender and honey, and the gentle hum of bees provided a soothing melody that accompanied the rustling leaves of the nearby trees. Clara was an inquisitive child, her eyes wide with the curiosity of someone who believed the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, often shared tales of the magic that lay hidden in the most ordinary of things. "Never dismiss the simple," she would say with a soft smile, "for it holds the key to the extraordinary." One crisp autumn morning, while helping her grandmother tidy the attic, Clara stumbled upon an old, dust-covered chest. Its wooden surface was etched with intricate patterns, and it was secured with a delicate silver latch. With her heart fluttering with anticipation, she gently opened the lid to reveal an assortment of trinkets and curious objects. Among them was a small, ornate mirror, its frame glistening like the first frost of winter. As Clara gazed into the mirror, she noticed something peculiar. The reflection didn't show the cluttered attic or her own image. Instead, it revealed a lush, vibrant meadow bathed in golden sunlight. Intrigued and a little bewildered, she showed the mirror to her grandmother. "Ah, the mirror of meadows," her grandmother said, her eyes twinkling with a mix of nostalgia and mystery. "This mirror can show you the path to where you need to go, but it will only reveal its secrets to those with a pure heart and an open mind." Clara's eyes widened with wonder, and her grandmother encouraged her to trust the mirror. "Perhaps it has chosen you for a reason, my dear. Follow its guidance, and you may discover something truly remarkable." And so, Clara embarked on her journey, clutching the mirror close to her heart. Each time she peered into it, the meadow seemed to beckon her, its flowers swaying gently in a breeze only they could feel. With a deep breath, Clara stepped out of the cottage and ventured into the forest, guided by the mirror's reflections. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. As Clara walked, she was joined by an unexpected companion, a small, wise old frog named Finn. Finn had a raspy voice and a penchant for storytelling, and he hopped alongside Clara, sharing tales of his own adventures. "Ah, the magic of the forest," Finn croaked with a contented sigh. "It hides its secrets well, but those who seek with an open heart often find more than they ever imagined." Together, Clara and Finn journeyed deeper into the forest, encountering various woodland creatures along the way. There was Lila, the chatty squirrel with a bushy tail and a knack for finding hidden treasures, and Oliver, the gentle deer who spoke in soft, melodic tones, his antlers adorned with twining vines and tiny blossoms. Each creature they met offered their own wisdom and assistance. Lila taught Clara the art of listening to the whispers of the wind, while Oliver guided her to hidden paths that led them safely through the forest. With each step, Clara's heart swelled with gratitude for her newfound friends. The mirror continued to lead them, revealing glimpses of the meadow that seemed to grow brighter with each passing day. Clara soon realized that the journey was not just about reaching a destination, but about the friendships forged and the wisdom gained along the way. As they neared the heart of the forest, Clara and her companions encountered a challenge. A great river, wide and swift, blocked their path. The water rushed by with a ferocity that was both beautiful and daunting. Clara's heart sank, but Finn, with a reassuring croak, reminded her of the lessons she'd learned. "Remember, Clara," he said, "true strength lies not in force, but in understanding. With Finn's words echoing in her mind, Clara sat by the river's edge, reflecting on what she had learned. She listened to the river's song, its rhythm a gentle lullaby, and soon realized that the key to crossing lay in harmony. With the help of her friends, Clara found a series of stepping stones hidden beneath the water's surface, their presence revealed only by the river's gentle whispers. Carefully and with great care, Clara and her companions crossed the river, their hearts light with the realization that wisdom and friendship could overcome even the mightiest of challenges. At last, they reached the meadow from the mirror's reflections. It was even more beautiful than Clara had imagined, with wildflowers stretching as far as the eye could see, their colors a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the soft hum of bees, and the sun bathed everything in a warm, golden glow. In the center of the meadow stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching towards the sky. As Clara approached, she felt a sense of peace and belonging, as if the meadow had been waiting for her all along. Under the tree's shade, Clara found a small, shimmering pool. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky and the clouds above. Kneeling beside it, Clara gazed into the water, and to her amazement, she saw not only her own reflection but the reflections of her journey, her grandmother's wise smile, Finn's playful eyes, Lila's bushy tail, and Oliver's gentle antlers. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara understood the true magic of the mirror and the journey it had inspired. It was not about finding a hidden treasure or reaching a distant land, but about discovering the beauty within herself and the love and wisdom of those around her. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, Clara, Finn, Lila, and Oliver rested beneath the tree, their hearts united by the journey they had shared. The meadow, with its gentle breezes and soft whispers, embraced them in a warm, comforting hug. And so, with the stars beginning to twinkle above, Clara closed her eyes, feeling the gentle caress of the meadow's magic. She knew that she would carry this journey with her always, a reminder that the world was filled with wonders, and that love and friendship were the greatest magic of all. In the cozy embrace of the meadow, Clara and her friends drifted into a peaceful slumber, surrounded by the enchanting symphony of the night, a lullaby for those who dared to dream and believe in the extraordinary possibilities of the world around them. Story 16. In the small, serene village of Willowbrook, nestled against the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, where the air was always filled with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. The village was circled by a river that sang softly as it flowed, and beyond this river lay the sprawling, mysterious forest where few dared to wander. Lila was an adventurous soul with a heart as big as the sky. She had golden hair that danced in the wind like fields of sunlit wheat, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and playing by the riverbank, always in the company of her best friend, a wise old rabbit named Thistle. Thistle had fur as white as winter snow, and eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the earth. He was Lila's constant companion, always ready with a comforting word or a playful nudge. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to brilliant shades of amber and crimson, Lila and Thistle set off on their usual adventure. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves, a perfect day for exploring. As they wandered, Thistle noticed something peculiar, glinting beneath a pile of leaves. With a gentle nudge, he directed Lila's attention to it. "What's that, Thistle?" Lila asked, her voice filled with intrigue. Thistle twitched his nose, his whiskers quivering with curiosity. "Why don't we take a closer look?" Together, they brushed away the leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with strange symbols and inlaid with sparkling stones that caught the sunlight. It seemed to hum softly, as if whispering secrets only the wind could hear. Lila's heart raced with excitement. "Do you think it's a treasure?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle gave a thoughtful nod. "Perhaps it holds something special, but it's not the box itself that matters, but what we do with whatever's inside." Lila carefully opened the box, her fingers trembling with anticipation. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft, silvery moss, lay a delicate amulet. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its center a deep, swirling blue like a fragment of the twilight sky. Lila could feel a gentle warmth emanating from it, filling her with a sense of calm and wonder. "What do you think it does?" Lila asked, holding the amulet up to the light. Thistle's eyes gleamed with wisdom. "I've heard tales of such amulets. They're said to hold the power to reveal hidden worlds and unlock the magic within." Lila's imagination soared with possibilities. "A hidden world? Do you think it's here in the forest?" Thistle nodded sagely. "There are many mysteries in this world, dear Lila, and perhaps this amulet is a key. But remember, true magic lies not just in what we find, but in how we choose to see it." With the amulet safely around her neck, Lila felt a newfound sense of purpose. She and Thistle ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined like a grand emerald cathedral. The air was cool and filled with the song of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. As they walked, the amulet began to glow softly, guiding them along a path that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The forest around them transformed, revealing vibrant colors and sounds that they had never noticed before. The leaves shimmered with iridescent hues, and the air was alive with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, even in the midst of autumn. Lila's heart swelled with wonder. "It's like stepping into a dream," she murmured. Thistle hopped alongside her, his eyes wide with delight. "The world is full of wonders, Lila, if we only have the eyes to see them." Their journey led them to a hidden glade, bathed in soft, dappled sunlight. In the center of the glade stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches reaching high into the sky. Lila felt drawn to it, as if the tree held the answers to questions she hadn't yet thought to ask. As they approached, a gentle voice floated down from the branches. "Welcome, travelers." Lila looked up to see a small, elegant fox perched on one of the lower branches. Its fur was a rich, fiery red, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence and kindness. "Hello," Lila greeted, her voice filled with awe. "I'm Lila, and this is Thistle. We found this amulet, and it led us here." The fox nodded, a soft smile playing on its lips. "I am Serene, guardian of this hidden realm. The amulet you carry is a powerful artifact, one that can reveal the true beauty of the world to those with pure hearts." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest at Seraphine's words. "What is this place?" "This is the heart of the forest," Seraphine replied. "A sanctuary for all creatures, where time flows with the rhythm of nature and harmony reigns. You are welcome here, as long as you respect the balance of this world." Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "We will, Seraphine. Thank you for welcoming us." As they spent time in the heart of the forest, Lila and Thistle discovered wonders beyond their wildest dreams. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories to share and lessons to teach. There was a gentle deer with antlers that glowed like moonlight, a family of playful otters who danced in the sparkling streams, and a wise old owl who shared tales of ancient times. With each encounter, Lila's understanding of the world deepened. She learned about the interconnectedness of all living things, the delicate balance that sustained life, and the importance of kindness and empathy. The amulet around her neck seemed to pulse with warmth, as if affirming the wisdom she was gaining. One day, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the forest in shades of gold and amber, Seraphine approached Lila and Thistle. Her eyes held a gentle seriousness that caught Lila's attention. "There is something I must ask of you," Seraphine said softly, "a task that requires courage and wisdom." Lila listened intently, her heart steady with resolve. "What is it, Seraphine?" "There is a part of the forest that has fallen into shadow," Seraphine explained, her voice tinged with sadness. "A place where the balance has been disturbed, and the creatures there are suffering. I believe the amulet you carry can help restore harmony." Lila felt a surge of determination. "We will do whatever we can to help." Thistle nodded in agreement, his eyes bright with loyalty. "We're with you, Seraphine." Guided by Seraphine, Lila and Thistle set off towards the shadowed part of the forest. The air grew cooler, and the vibrant colors of the heart of the forest faded to muted tones. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches heavy with sorrow. As they walked, Lila could feel the amulet growing warmer, its light a comforting presence in the encroaching gloom. She took a deep breath, focusing on the lessons she had learned and the strength she felt in her heart. At last, they reached a clearing where the shadows seemed to gather like a storm cloud. The air was thick with tension, and Leela could hear the faint cries of creatures in distress. "What can we do?" Leela asked, her voice steady despite the fear that tugged at her. Seraphine stepped forward, her fur shimmering with determination. "The amulet holds the power to restore balance, but it requires your faith and love. You must believe in the beauty of this world and in the goodness that resides within all living things." Lila nodded, her heart swelling with hope. She closed her eyes and placed her hand over the amulet, allowing its warmth to fill her being. She thought of the vibrant colors of the heart of the forest, the laughter of the otters, the wisdom of the owl, and the kindness of Seraphine. Slowly she began to speak, her voice steady and clear. "I believe in the magic of this world. I believe in the power of love and kindness. Let the shadows be lifted, and let harmony be restored." As she spoke, the amulet pulsed with light, casting a gentle glow across the clearing. The shadows began to recede, replaced by a soft golden light that spread like a sunrise. The trees straightened, their leaves unfurling in vibrant hues, and the air filled with the sweet scent of renewal. Lila opened her eyes to see the clearing transformed, alive with color and life. The creatures that had been hidden in the shadows emerged, their eyes filled with gratitude and joy. Seraphine turned to Lila, her eyes shimmering with pride. "You have done a great thing today, Lila. You have restored the balance and brought light to a place of darkness." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth and love. "I couldn't have done it without Thistle and the wisdom of the heart of the forest." Thistle twitched his nose, his whiskers quivering with happiness. "We did it together, as friends should." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and lavender, Lila, Thistle, and Seraphine made their way back to the heart of the forest. The air was filled with the gentle chatter of creatures celebrating the return of harmony, and the amulet around Lila's neck glowed softly, a reminder of the magic that lay within. In the days that followed, Lila and Thistle continued to explore the hidden wonders of the forest, learning and growing with each new adventure. They carried the lessons of the heart of the forest in their hearts, knowing that true magic was not just in the amulet, but in the love and kindness they shared with the world. And so, in the small village of Willowbrook, where the river sang softly and the forest whispered secrets to those who listened, the story of Lila and her journey became a cherished tale of friendship, courage, and the enduring power of light in the face of darkness. As the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, always accompanied by her loyal friend Thistle. Together, they continued to explore the wonders of the world, always guided by the gentle glow of the amulet and the wisdom they had gained in the heart of the forest. And in the quiet evenings, as the village settled into the embrace of night, Lila would sit by the crackling fire, sharing stories of her adventures with the children of Willowbrook. Her voice was warm and soothing, carrying the magic of the forest and the lessons of her journey to eager ears. The children listened with wide, shining eyes, their imaginations taking flight on the wings of Lila's words. They dreamed of hidden worlds and gentle creatures, of friendship and courage, and of the magic that lay within their own hearts. In this way, the story of Lila and Thistle became a part of the fabric of Willowbrook, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that existed in the world. It was a story that inspired generations, encouraging them to look beyond the ordinary and to see the extraordinary in the everyday. And so, as the village of Willowbrook lay beneath the twinkling stars, cradled by the gentle embrace of the whispering forest, the tale of Lila and her journey lived on, a timeless testament to the power of friendship, love, and the enduring light of the human spirit. Story 17. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and meandering streams, there lived a gentle young boy named Oliver. His home, a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls, lay at the edge of an ancient forest whispered to hold secrets as old as time itself. Oliver had a heart full of curiosity and a gaze that often lingered on the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar sights of his village. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Oliver decided to explore deeper into the forest than he ever had before. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the sunlight dappled the forest floor in a patchwork of light and shadow. As he wandered along the winding path, he noticed something glinting under a pile of leaves. Stooping down, Oliver brushed aside the foliage to reveal an ornate brass key. Its surface was etched with intricate designs that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. Intrigued by his discovery, Oliver slipped the key into his pocket and continued his journey, feeling a peculiar warmth emanating from it. The forest seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as if it recognized the key and welcomed its bearer. As he ventured further, the trees began to thin, and Oliver found himself in a clearing where the ruins of an old stone tower stood, half hidden by a tangle of vines. Drawn towards the tower, Oliver approached its weathered door, which bore a lock that matched the key perfectly. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, he inserted the key and turned it. The lock clicked open with surprising ease, and the door creaked ajar, revealing a spiral staircase that wound upwards into the gloom. Taking a deep breath, Oliver climbed the stairs, each step echoing softly in the quiet. At the top, he entered a circular room filled with soft, diffused light. In the center of the room stood a large, ornate mirror framed in silver, its surface rippling like the surface of a pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. As Oliver gazed into the mirror, he didn't see his reflection. Instead, he saw a vision of a faraway land, vibrant and alive, with fields of flowers swaying under a cerulean sky. Before he could ponder this mystery further, the mirror began to shimmer, and from its depths emerged a figure. It was a small, sprightly creature with twinkling eyes and a mischievous grin. The creature introduced itself as Pippin, a guardian of the enchanted mirror, and explained that the key Oliver had found was a rare artifact capable of unlocking hidden potential and revealing unseen wonders. Pippin shared that the mirror was a portal to a realm of magic and wisdom, accessible only to those pure of heart. Oliver's discovery of the key meant he was chosen to embark on a journey of learning and enlightenment. Eager to explore this new world and uncover its secrets, Oliver accepted the invitation. Together, Oliver and Pippin stepped through the shimmering surface of the mirror, finding themselves in a breathtaking landscape. The air was fragrant with the scent of blossoms, and the sky was a canvas of brilliant hues. Creatures of all kinds, from gentle deer with antlers of silver to birds with feathers woven of sunlight, roamed freely, their presence filling the land with harmony. As they journeyed through this magical realm, Oliver met many kind-hearted beings, each eager to share their wisdom. There was Lyra, a wise old tortoise who taught Oliver the importance of patience and observation. She shared stories of the stars, guiding Oliver to look beyond the obvious and find beauty in the subtle and overlooked. There was also Finn, a playful water sprite, who showed Oliver the joy of creativity and the power of imagination. Together, they shaped clouds into fantastic forms, and Finn's laughter was like the tinkling of 1,000 tiny bells. Through Finn, Oliver learned that creativity could solve problems that seemed insurmountable, offering perspectives that were both playful and profound. As Oliver and Pippin continued their journey, they encountered a challenge that tested the lessons he had learned. They came across a grove where the trees were wilting, their leaves dull and lifeless. The creatures of the forest were worried, for the grove was the heart of the land's magic, and without its vitality, the entire realm would wither. Remembering Lyra's teachings, Oliver sat quietly, observing the grove with keen eyes. He noticed that the soil was dry and cracked, lacking the nourishment it needed. Inspired by Finn, Oliver devised a plan. With the help of the forest's creatures, they redirected a nearby stream to flow through the grove, bringing life-giving water to its roots. As the water seeped into the earth, the trees began to revive, their leaves turning lush and green once more. The forest rejoiced, and the air buzzed with renewed energy. Pippin beamed with pride, declaring that Oliver had passed the test of wisdom and creativity. The young boy had learned to listen, to see beyond the surface, and to apply his newfound knowledge for the greater good. With the challenge overcome, it was time for Oliver to return home. He and Pippin stepped back through the mirror, emerging once more in the stone tower. Oliver felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing he had grown in ways he had never imagined. As he descended the spiral staircase and stepped out into the forest, Oliver carried with him the wisdom of the magical realm. The key, now a cherished keepsake, hung around his neck, a reminder of the journey he had undertaken and the lessons he had learned. Oliver's adventure had changed him, deepening his understanding of the world and his place within it. He returned to his village with a heart full of stories and a soul enriched by the kindness and wisdom of the friends he had met. From that day on, Oliver looked at the world with new eyes, seeing magic and potential in the everyday. He shared his tales with the villagers, inspiring them to seek beauty and wonder in their own lives. And as the years passed, the legend of the enchanted mirror and the boy who unlocked its secrets became a beloved story in Willowbrook, a tale of discovery, friendship, and the gentle power of wisdom. And so, nestled by the crackling warmth of the fireplace, the village children would drift to sleep, dreaming of magical lands and the adventures that awaited just beyond the horizon, in a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets. Story 18. Once upon a time, in a land where the whispering winds carried secrets and the stars blinked down like watchful eyes, there nestled a quaint little village called Mosswood Hollow. The village was cradled by lush emerald hills and surrounded by ancient forests, where sunlight danced playfully through the leaves, creating a patchwork of golden light on the forest floor. Here, the air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle murmur of a babbling brook that wound its way through the heart of the village. In this peaceful hamlet, there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Clara. Clara had a curious mind, always eager to learn about the world around her. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and forests, collecting stories from the elder villagers, and tending to her small garden where vibrant marigolds grew. Clara was beloved by all the villagers for her cheerful spirit and her knack for solving small puzzles and riddles that often amused her friends and neighbors. One crisp autumn morning, just as the leaves began to turn shades of amber and crimson, a peculiar thing happened in Mosswood Hollow. It started with a soft, shimmering sound that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. The villagers awoke to find their morning dew transformed into sparkling crystals, glistening like tiny diamonds in the early light. As beautiful as it was, the villagers were puzzled and a little concerned. Dew turning to crystal was not something they had ever seen before. Clara, intrigued by the mystery, decided to investigate. She donned her warmest cloak as the autumn breeze carried a slight chill and set off towards the forest with her loyal feline companion, a sleek black cat named Midnight, trotting beside her. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the rustling leaves and the distant call of a wood thrush. Clara noticed something unusual. The path, usually well-trodden and clear, was now lined with delicate silver threads that glimmered in the sunlight. She knelt down to examine them, finding them soft to the touch and connected like the web of a giant spider. "These aren't ordinary threads," Clara mused aloud, her voice barely above a whisper, so as not to disturb the serene stillness of the forest. Midnight, with his keen sense of curiosity, sniffed at the threads and then looked up at Clara with knowing eyes, as if urging her to continue. Following the threads, Clara soon found herself in a part of the forest she had never seen before, a small glade where the trees formed a natural archway overhead. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its trunk so wide that it would take several people holding hands to encircle it. The branches of the oak were adorned with what looked like tiny, twinkling lanterns, casting a soft golden glow over the entire clearing. As Clara approached, she realized these were not lanterns at all, but clusters of fireflies, their gentle light pulsing in a rhythmic dance. Perched on one of the lower branches was a creature she had only heard about in bedtime stories, a graceful, owl-like being with feathers that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "Greetings, young Clara," the creature spoke, its voice a soothing melody that seemed to resonate within the very air. "I am Eldrin, the guardian of this forest." Clara, though surprised, felt no fear. There was something inherently comforting about Eldrin's presence, like a warm blanket on a cold night. "Hello, Eldrin," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've come to understand the mystery of the crystal dew and these silver threads." Eldrin nodded, a soft rustle of feathers accompanying the motion. "You are perceptive, young one. The threads are woven by the woodland sprites, who have been disturbed by a change in the magic of this land. The dew, transformed into crystal, is a sign of their unease." Clara listened intently, piecing together the clues. "But what could have caused such a disturbance?" she asked, her brow furrowed in thought. "It is the presence of a misplaced charm, a small trinket of magic that does not belong here," Eldrin explained. "It has disrupted the balance, and the forest calls for its return." Clara nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "Then we must find this charm and set things right." With Eldrin's guidance, Clara and Midnight followed the silver threads, which seemed to pulse gently, as though leading them onward. They wove through the forest, past ancient stone ruins covered in moss, and under the watchful gaze of curious woodland creatures. Finally, they arrived at a small, secluded pond, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the sky like a mirror. Floating upon the water was a tiny, intricately carved wooden box, its lid slightly ajar. Clara carefully reached for the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it as she lifted it from the water. Inside, nestled among soft, silken fabric, was a delicate charm, a pendant shaped like a crescent moon with a glowing, iridescent gem at its center. Clara could feel the magic thrumming gently within it, like the heartbeat of the forest itself. "This is it," Clara whispered, her voice full of awe. Eldrin, who had accompanied them, nodded approvingly. "You have found the heart of the disturbance. Now it must be returned to its rightful place." With Eldrin's help, Clara learned that the charm belonged to a family of moonbeam fairies who lived at the edge of the forest. They had lost it during a playful night of dancing under the stars. The charm, once returned, would restore the harmony that had been disrupted. Clara, Midnight, and Eldrin made their way to the fairies' grove, where they were met with gratitude and joy. The fairies, tiny beings with wings that shimmered like stardust, danced around Clara in thanks, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. As the charm was placed back in its rightful home, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it a feeling of peace and contentment. The silver threads dissolved into the air, and the dew returned to its natural, liquid form. Returning to Mosswood Hollow, Clara felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing she had helped restore the balance of her beloved forest. The villagers, upon hearing of her adventure, celebrated with a small feast, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that their home was safe once more. That night, as Clara lay in her cozy bed with Midnight curled at her feet, she thought of the lessons she had learned, the importance of harmony, the value of curiosity, and the power of friendship. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the moon shone brightly above, casting a gentle light over Mosswood Hollow, and all was well in the world. And so, the mystery of the crystal dew was solved, leaving the village to slumber under the watchful eyes of the stars, content in the embrace of the magical forest that surrounded them. Story 19. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest where the sun painted the leaves with golden hues and the air was perfumed with the scent of sweet wildflowers, there nestled a small, enchanting village called Willow Glade. This village was not like any other, for it was a place where magic hummed gently under every stone and whispered through the branches of every tree. The villagers of Willow Glade were a merry lot, known for their warm smiles and kind hearts. They lived in quaint cottages with thatched roofs, surrounded by gardens bursting with vibrant colors. Every day the village was a symphony of laughter, the rustle of leaves, and the soft songs of birds. However, in recent weeks, Willow Glade had experienced a series of peculiar events that left the villagers scratching their heads in bewilderment. It began with the peculiar disappearance of the dewberries, the plump, juicy fruits that grew in abundance along the forest's edge. Each morning, the villagers would find the bushes bare, as if the berries had vanished overnight. Next, the village's beloved fountain, a graceful sculpture of a dolphin where cool, clear water once bubbled cheerfully, had ceased to flow. The villagers, who often gathered around it to chat and fill their pitchers, were puzzled by its sudden silence. The most curious of all was the strange, musical chime that echoed through the village at twilight, a gentle, tinkling sound that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a lovely sound, but its source was a mystery that no one could solve. In the heart of the village lived a wise old woman named Maribel. Her cottage, with its ivy-covered walls and windows that twinkled like stars, was a place where many sought advice. Maribel was known for her deep wisdom and her love for the stories of the forest. She wore flowing robes, the color of twilight, and a necklace strung with tiny silver bells that jingled softly as she moved. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the treetops, Maribel decided it was time to unravel the mystery of Willowglade's strange occurrences. She invited the villagers to gather in the village square, a cozy nook surrounded by ancient oak trees and carpeted with soft moss. "My dear friends," Maribel began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "I believe these happenings are not mere coincidence. The forest speaks to us in its own way, and perhaps it is trying to tell us something. We must listen with open hearts and keen eyes." Among the crowd was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he listened to Maribel's words. "I want to help," he declared, stepping forward. "I want to find out where the dewberries have gone, why the fountain is dry, and what makes the lovely chime." Maribel smiled warmly at Finn. "Your enthusiasm is a gift, dear Finn. You remind me of the forest's own spirit, curious and kind. Come, let us begin our search together." And so, with Maribel as his guide, Finn embarked on a gentle adventure through the magical forest that embraced Willowglade. As they walked, the air was filled with the soft crunch of fallen leaves underfoot, and the sun cast dapples of light that danced merrily on the ground. Their first stop was the dewberry bushes. Finn knelt beside them, his fingers brushing the leaves. "Look, Maribel," he said, pointing to tiny footprints in the soil. "Someone has been here." Maribel nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "These prints belong to the forest sprites, little beings who love sweet things. They must have been gathering the dewberries for a special occasion." Next, they visited the fountain, now silent and still. Finn peered closely at the base, where he noticed something glinting in the morning light. It was a small carved stone, shaped like a tiny door. "What do you think this is, Maribel?" he asked, holding it up. "This," Maribel explained, "is a key to a sprite's hiding place. They often hide their treasures in the most unexpected places. Perhaps they borrowed the water for a celebration." Finally, as twilight descended upon the forest and the mysterious chime began to fill the air, Maribel and Finn followed the sound. It led them to a grove of ancient willow trees, their branches swaying like graceful dancers. There, nestled among the roots, was a gathering of forest sprites. Their wings sparkled like gossamer in the twilight, and they were playing tiny silver bells that sang with the music of the stars. The sprites looked up and saw Maribel and Finn, their eyes wide with surprise. "We did not mean to worry the villagers," one of them chimed in, a voice as light as a breeze. "We borrowed the dewberries and water for our harvest festival, and the bells are our gift to the village, to share our joy." Finn grinned, understanding dawning on him. "Thank you for sharing your celebration with us," he said warmly. "But perhaps next time you could let us know so we can join in the fun." The sprites giggled, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny chimes. "We would love that," they agreed, their wings fluttering with excitement. Maribel and Finn returned to the village, where they shared the story of the sprites and their harvest festival with the other villagers. There was laughter and relief as everyone understood that the strange occurrences were part of a magical celebration. That night, the villagers gathered in the square under a canopy of stars, the air filled with the sweet music of the sprites' bells. They danced and sang, celebrating the newfound friendship with the forest's magical inhabitants. As the night drew to a close and the villagers returned to their cozy cottages, Maribel and Finn stood together, watching the moonlight weave silvery patterns through the trees. "Thank you, Finn," Maribel said softly, her eyes warm with pride. "Your open heart and curious mind have brought us all closer to the magic that surrounds us." Finn smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace. "I think the forest is full of friends we haven't met yet," he replied, "and I'm glad we took the time to listen." With hearts full of joy and the gentle music of the sprites still echoing in their ears, Maribel and Finn headed home, knowing that the village of Willowglade would always be a place where magic and friendship flourished hand in hand. Story 20? In a small, mist-shrouded village, nestled between emerald hills and the edge of an ancient forest, a gentle mystery brewed quietly like the first whispers of autumn in the air. The villagers of Elderglen were accustomed to peculiar happenings, but even they felt a stir of curiosity when the village's beloved clock tower began to chime at odd hours, its melodious bells echoing through the cobblestone streets at peculiar times of day and night. The clock tower, a proud structure of stone and ivy, had always been a steadfast guardian of time, its hands moving with the precision of the stars. The villagers relied on its gentle toll to guide their daily rhythms, when to rise, when to gather at the market, and when to light the evening hearths. So when the chimes started to sound at random, it stirred a gentle ripple of concern. Among the villagers was a young girl named Willow, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. With chestnut curls and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves, she was known for her kindness and a keen sense of wonder. One crisp morning, as the sun cast golden beams through the mist, Willow decided to uncover the mystery of the wayward chimes. Her first stop was the home of old Tobias, the town's wise clockmaker, who lived in a quaint cottage with windows that twinkled with the glow of countless ticking treasures. Tobias was a man of gentle demeanor, with a beard that flowed like a silver waterfall and eyes that held the wisdom of many moons. "Good morning, Willow," he greeted with a warm smile as she approached his open door. "What brings you here so early?" "It's the clock tower, Mr. Tobias," Willow explained, her voice a soft melody. "It's been chiming at the strangest times, and I thought you might know why." Tobias nodded thoughtfully, stroking his beard. "Ah, yes. The clock tower has been a bit unruly, hasn't it? But I must admit, even I am puzzled by its antics." Undeterred, Willow suggested, "Perhaps we should listen and watch closely. The clock might be trying to tell us something." With a nod of agreement, Tobias and Willow set out for the clock tower, its stone walls standing grand and silent in the morning light. As they climbed the winding steps to the clock's chamber, the air was filled with the earthy scent of aged wood and the soft rustle of the village waking below. Inside the chamber, gears and cogs clicked and whirred, working in a harmonious dance that seemed to hold the secrets of time itself. Tobias inspected each mechanism with the gentle precision of a craftsman, while Willow's eyes roamed the room, her mind pondering the mystery. It wasn't long before a flutter of wings caught her attention. A tiny bird, no larger than a teacup, darted through a high window and perched atop a clock hand. Its feathers shimmered like opals, catching the light in a dazzling array of colors. The bird tilted its head, regarding them with eyes that twinkled with intelligence. "Ah, I've seen this one before," Tobias chuckled softly. "This is Pip, a clever little sprite who loves mischief." Willow's eyes widened in delight. "Do you think Pip has been playing with the clock?" "Perhaps," Tobias mused. "But sprites are known for their reasons, however whimsical they may be." As they watched, Pip chirped a delicate melody, the notes matching the chime that had puzzled the village. Willow listened intently, her heart attuned to the gentle song. "Maybe Pip is trying to tell us something," Willow suggested. "Could the chimes be a message?" With newfound determination, Willow and Tobias decided to observe Pip's visits over the next few days, noting the times and the songs the sprite sang. They discovered a pattern, one that coincided with the phases of the moon and the tides of the nearby river. With each new dawn, the mystery began to unravel, like the slow turning of pages in a well-loved book. The chimes mirrored the natural rhythms of the world, a melody in harmony with the flow of life that often went unnoticed in the hum of daily activities. Willow, with her keen observation and gentle insight, realized that Pip's playful interludes were a reminder to the villagers of Elderglen. The sprite's songs were calling them to pause, to listen to the world around them, and to find joy in the simple, cyclical beauty of nature. With this understanding, they shared their findings with the villagers, who gathered beneath the clock tower as twilight wove its silvery threads through the sky. Together, they listened to the chimes anew, their hearts open to the message of the sprite. From that day on, the villagers embraced the mystery of the clock tower as a gift, a gentle nudge to cherish the ebb and flow of time, to find harmony with the world around them, and to celebrate the small wonders that life offered each day. And so, the village of Elderglen settled into a newfound peace, guided by the clock tower's whimsical chimes and the gentle wisdom of a little sprite named Pip. As the stars twinkled overhead, Willow and Tobias stood by the tower, their hearts warm with the magic of friendship and the timeless beauty of nature's song. Story 21. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore cloaks of emerald green and the air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, lay the quaint village of Luminara. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs that curled up like sleeping hedgehogs, and smoke from the chimneys that knitted patterns in the crisp morning sky. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, a gentle mystery began to unfold. It started with a soft tinkling sound like distant wind chimes echoing through the village square. The sound was so subtle that at first only the keen-eared children and the curious cats noticed. Among those who heard the sound was young Felix, a thoughtful boy with a nose for curiosity and a heart full of kindness. Felix lived with his grandmother, a wise woman known for her tales of days gone by and her knack for solving the small puzzles of life. Her cottage was nestled at the edge of the woods, where the trees whispered secrets that only she seemed to understand. "Grandmother," Felix said as he entered the cottage, the warmth of the hearth wrapping around him like a familiar blanket, "have you heard the tinkling sound in the village square?" His grandmother, who was knitting a scarf of iridescent wool, paused and smiled. Her eyes twinkled with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, the sound of the silver bells," she murmured, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "They are said to ring when something magical stirs in the woods." Intrigued, Felix decided to investigate. He wrapped himself in his favorite woolen cloak, the one his grandmother had made him, and set off towards the village square. The cobblestones underfoot were cool, and the gentle breeze whispered promises of adventure. As Felix reached the square, he was joined by his friends. Mira, a bright-eyed girl with a knack for noticing the small things, and Rowan, a gentle boy who seemed to have a way with animals. Together, they followed the sound, which led them to an ancient oak tree at the heart of the square. Its branches stretched wide, like an old friend ready to embrace. It was there they found the source of the tinkling, a cluster of tiny silver bells, each no bigger than a thimble, hanging from the lowest branch. They twinkled in the moonlight, each chime a note in a melody that seemed to speak directly to the heart. "How curious," Mira said, reaching out to touch one of the bells. It felt cool and smooth against her fingers, and as it swayed, it released a harmonious chime that resonated through the air. But who would hang them here? Rowan wondered aloud, glancing around the empty square. His fox companion, Ember, sniffed at the base of the tree, her nose twitching with interest. As they pondered, a soft rustling came from the underbrush, and out stepped a creature unlike any they had seen before. It was small, with fur as white as the moon and eyes that sparkled with the knowledge of the ages. It introduced itself as Leora, a guardian of the forest. "The bells are a gift," Leora explained in a voice that was like a gentle breeze. "They are meant to guide those with pure hearts to a hidden treasure, one that can only be found through unity and kindness." The children listened intently, their curiosity piqued. "What kind of treasure?" Felix asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "A treasure of understanding," Leora replied cryptically, "that will reveal itself when you learn to see the unseen and hear the unheard." With Leora as their guide, the children embarked on a gentle quest through the whispering woods. The path was illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies, and the scent of pine and earth filled their senses. As they walked, Leora taught them to listen to the voices of the forest, to see the patterns in the leaves, and to understand the language of the animals. They encountered many creatures, an owl who shared secrets of the night, a family of rabbits who spoke of the resilience in unity, and a wise old turtle who taught them the patience of time. Each encounter was a piece of the puzzle, a clue leading them closer to the treasure. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where the moonlight pooled like silver water. In the center stood a circle of stones, each etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the night. Leora encouraged the children to sit within the circle and listen with their hearts. As they did, the bells began to chime softly, and the symbols on the stones shimmered with a gentle light. The children closed their eyes, and in that moment of stillness, they felt a warmth spreading from their hearts, a warmth that spoke of friendship, understanding, and the quiet strength that comes from unity. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves back in the village square, the bells now silent. But something had changed. A sense of peace and connection filled the air, as if the very village had taken a deep, contented breath. Felix, Mira, and Rowan looked at each other and smiled, for they understood the true treasure was not something tangible, but the bonds they had strengthened and the lessons they had learned. As they returned to their homes, the village settled into the comforting embrace of night. The mystery of the silver bells had been solved, leaving behind a gentle reminder of the magic that exists in friendship and the wisdom of the natural world. And as Felix drifted off to sleep, with the soft glow of the hearth casting shadows that danced like gentle dreams, he carried with him the melody of the bells, a melody that would forever remind him of the night when he discovered the treasure of the Whispering Woods. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering emerald forest, there lived a young girl named Mira. Her home was a small, ivy-covered cottage that seemed to blend into the surrounding landscape. The village was known for its vibrant markets and kind-hearted folk who would greet each other warmly as they went about their day. Mira was a curious soul with a heart as big as the sky. She loved exploring the forest near her home, where dappled sunlight danced on the forest floor and birds sang sweet melodies high in the treetops. Her favorite pastime was collecting unusual stones and leaves, which she would carefully arrange in patterns, imagining them to be pieces of a grand puzzle that only she could solve. One morning, while wandering deeper into the forest than ever before, Mira stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried under a blanket of fallen leaves. It was a delicate, silver key that glimmered softly in the morning light. Intrigued, she picked it up, feeling its cool, smooth surface against her fingertips. As she held the key, a gentle breeze began to stir, carrying with it the faintest whisper. "Seek the heart of the forest," the wind seemed to say. Mira, whose imagination was as boundless as the horizon, decided to follow this mysterious call. Her journey led her to paths she'd never seen, where the trees grew taller and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Along the way, she met a wise old owl named Eldrin. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes held the depth of ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Mira," Eldrin cooed, having been expecting her. "You hold the key to a secret long forgotten, but to unlock its magic, you must find the hidden door in the heart of the forest." Mira nodded, feeling a thrill of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension. "Will you help me, Eldrin?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Of course," replied Eldrin, flapping his wings gracefully. "But remember, the journey is yours, and the true magic lies in what you discover within yourself." With Eldrin flying beside her, Mira ventured deeper into the forest, where the light was softer and the air felt enchanted. The trees seemed to sway in rhythm with her heartbeat, guiding her toward a destination known only to them. As they traveled, Mira encountered a family of chatty squirrels, whose bushy tails twitched with curiosity. "Where are you going, little one?" chirped the youngest squirrel, whose nose was dusted with pollen. "I'm on a journey to find the heart of the forest," Mira replied, smiling at the lively creatures. "Beware of the thorns," the squirrel advised, pointing with a tiny paw towards a path lined with brambles. "They guard the way but can be tricked with kindness." Mira thanked the squirrels and continued on, her mind turning over the squirrel's words. When she reached the path of thorns, she paused. Instead of trying to force her way through, she gently spoke to the brambles, explaining her quest with sincerity and respect. To her amazement, the thorns slowly parted, revealing a narrow passageway. Mira stepped through, her heart swelling with gratitude and wonder. At last, she arrived at a tranquil glade bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming a natural archway at its base. Mira felt a sense of calm envelop her, and she knew she had reached the heart of the forest. With Eldrin perched on a nearby branch, watching with approving eyes, Mira approached the tree. She inserted the silver key into a tiny lock hidden among the roots. With a soft click, the archway opened, revealing a hidden chamber filled with the soft glow of countless luminous orbs. Each orb contained a memory from the forest's past, a tapestry of stories waiting to be told. Mira realized that the true magic of the key was its ability to unlock these memories, allowing them to be shared and cherished. As she gazed at the glowing orbs, Mira felt a profound connection to the world around her. She understood that the forest, with all its secrets and wonders, was a living entity, a guardian of stories and wisdom that spanned generations. Eldrin fluttered down to Mira's side. "You have done well, dear Mira," he said, his voice a gentle murmur. "The key was never just about unlocking the forest's secrets. It was about unlocking your own heart, finding the courage to listen and learn." Mira nodded, a warm glow spreading through her chest. She knew that the journey had changed her in ways she had never imagined. She had discovered the power of kindness, the importance of listening, and the magic of stories shared. With a final glance at the chamber, Mira turned to Eldrin. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with gratitude, "for guiding me and believing in me." "Go now, and carry the stories with you," Eldrin replied, as he spread his wings wide. Mira returned to her village, her heart full of newfound wisdom and wonder. She shared her tales with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention, their imaginations ignited by the magic of her journey. And from that day forward, Mira became the keeper of stories, the gentle weaver of dreams who reminded everyone that sometimes the most extraordinary secrets are hidden in the most ordinary of places. As the village settled into the quiet of another peaceful night, Mira would often gaze towards the forest, a soft smile on her lips, knowing that the magic of the forest was always with her, whispered in the rustling leaves and the gentle breeze that carried the stories of old. And so, with hearts full and dreams aglow, they all drifted into a slumber filled with the promise of new adventures and the magic of tomorrow. Story 23. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of rolling hills and whispering forests, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This was a place where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the cobblestone paths seemed to hum softly underfoot. In this village there lived a young girl named Clara, whose heart was as warm as the sunlit meadows she loved to wander. Clara had a peculiar hobby. She adored collecting keys. Not ordinary keys, mind you, but those that had been lost and forgotten, each with its own mysterious history. She kept them in a wooden box carved with swirling patterns, a gift from her grandmother. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced on the breeze, Clara stumbled upon a key unlike any she had ever seen. It was small and ornate, glimmering with a silvery sheen, and felt surprisingly warm to the touch. Intrigued, Clara tucked the key into her pocket and continued her walk through the vibrant forest that bordered Willowbrook. The path was alive with the crunch of leaves beneath her feet and the gentle rustle of branches overhead. As she ambled deeper into the woods, Clara noticed an unusual glow emanating from a thicket of elder trees. Drawn by a sense of wonder, she pushed aside the branches to discover a hidden grove, where sunlight poured like liquid gold through the canopy. In the center stood an old, ivy-clad door, seemingly leading nowhere. Clara's heart skipped with excitement, for she knew at once that her newfound key was meant for this mysterious door. With a mixture of anticipation and curiosity, she inserted the key into the lock. The air shimmered around her as the door swung open to reveal a lush, enchanted world on the other side. This land was bathed in soft, dappled light, with flowers that glowed in every hue imaginable, and streams that sang a gentle melody as they flowed. As Clara stepped through the doorway, she was greeted by two curious creatures. The first was a small, sprightly fox named Finn, whose fur seemed to sparkle like stardust. The second was a wise old owl named Olympia, her feathers a magnificent cloak of moonlit silver. Both creatures had eyes that twinkled with kindness and intelligence. "Welcome, dear traveler," hooted Olympia, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have unlocked the gateway to our world, a place where dreams and reality dance together." Clara smiled warmly, her heart swelling with gratitude and wonder. "I'm Clara," she replied, "and I'm honored to be here. But why was I chosen to find the key?" Finn, with a playful flick of his bushy tail, chirped, "Because you have the heart of a true seeker, one who sees the magic in the ordinary." The three companions set off on a gentle journey through this wondrous land, where every step revealed new marvels. They meandered through fields of whispering grasses, where the wind carried secrets of the ages, and through forests where the trees sang softly of ancient times. As they traveled, Clara learned that this enchanted realm was facing a dwindling of its magic. The heart of the land, a great crystal fountain known as the Source, was slowly dimming. Without its light, the vibrant world would fade into shadow. "Is there a way to restore the Source?" Clara asked, her voice filled with concern. Olympia nodded, her eyes thoughtful. "There is a way, but it requires wisdom and kindness. The Source can only be rekindled by a heart that sees beyond itself, one that understands the power of giving and love." Clara pondered these words as they reached the Source, a magnificent fountain that once sparkled with the colors of 1,000 rainbows. Now, its light was a mere flicker. Clara knelt beside it, her reflection wavering in the dim water. With a heart full of compassion, Clara closed her eyes and thought of all the love and joy she had found in her own world. She thought of the laughter of her friends, the warmth of her family, and the simple beauty of a sunrise. Opening her eyes, she whispered softly to the Source, "I give you my love and my dreams, that you may shine brightly once more." A gentle warmth spread through the air, and the Source began to glow with a soft, radiant light. It shimmered brighter and brighter until the entire land was bathed in a glorious glow. The flowers bloomed with renewed vigor, and the streams sang with a jubilant chorus. Finn danced with delight, and Olympia nodded approvingly, her eyes twinkling. "You have done it, Clara. You have reignited the heart of our world with your selfless spirit." Clara smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew she had not only helped this magical land, but had also discovered a profound truth about herself. As the sun began to set, casting the world in hues of amber and rose, Clara bid farewell to her newfound friends. Finn and Olympia promised to visit her dreams, where their worlds would touch once more. With a heart full of wonder and a promise of adventure to come, Clara stepped back through the door, now forever connected to the magic she carried within. She returned to Willowbrook, the key still warm in her pocket, as the stars began to twinkle gently in the night sky. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, under a blanket of stars, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of enchanted lands and the endless possibilities that awaited her in the realms of imagination. Story 24. In a remote corner of the galaxy, a vibrant world named Elora shimmered with crystalline oceans and glittering forests. Here lived the gentle Elorans, beings of pure energy who drifted through existence in harmony. Among them was a curious young Eloran named Astra. Her sparkling form danced with youthful light as she explored the wonders of her planet, forever enchanted by the radiant beauty around her. One fateful stellar cycle, a strange vessel crash-landed on Elora, its metallic hull scarred by cosmic debris. From the wreckage emerged a bewildered visitor, Zix, a reptilian creature from the planet Xylax. Astra watched in awe as Zix's scaly form emerged, his scaled skin glistening like ancient armor. Never before had she encountered a physical being, and she found Zix's solidity both fascinating and unsettling. Zix, in turn, stared at Astra's shimmering essence with a mixture of fear and wonder. On his world of cold science, such ethereal creatures were the stuff of legend. As Astra drifted closer, her natural curiosity overcame her trepidation. "Welcome to Elora, strange visitor," she called out, her voice like wind chimes in the evening breeze. Zix jumped back, his tail lashing nervously. "What manner of creature are you?" he demanded, his rough voice edged with suspicion. Astra tilted her luminous form, sensing Zex's unease. "I am an Eloran, a being of pure energy. And you seem so solid." Zix snorted, his sharp teeth gleaming. "I am Zex of Xylax, a scientist and explorer. Your kind does not exist where I'm from." As the two began tentatively communicating, misunderstandings and misconceptions threatened to drive them apart. Zix's rigid scientific mind dismissed Astra's ethereal nature as mere fantasy, while Astra found Zex's physical form and gruff demeanor intimidating. Yet, over time, a bridge of understanding began to form. Astra marveled at Zykes' keen intellect and insatiable curiosity, traits they shared despite their vastly different forms. And Zyx, beneath his tough exterior, found himself captivated by Astra's gentle wisdom and profound connection with the world around her. When a meteor storm threatened Elora, bombarding the planet with celestial debris, Astra and Zyx found themselves facing a shared challenge. Zyx's scientific knowledge helped him devise a way to deflect the incoming meteors, while Astra used her deep bond with Elora's energy to reinforce the planet's protective barriers. Side by side, the unlikely companions worked tirelessly, their disparate skills blending in a harmonious symphony. As the storm raged around them, they drew strength from one another, Astra's radiant warmth bolstering Zyx's determined resolve. In the aftermath of the storm, as Elora's serene beauty emerged unscathed, Astra and Zyx shared a moment of profound understanding. They had transcended their differences, forging a bond that defied the boundaries of form and culture. Zyx's eyes shone with newfound respect as he gazed upon Astra's shimmering essence. "You are a true wonder, Astra. Your energy, your connection to this world, it is both beautiful and humbling." Astra's light pulsed with affection. "And you, Zyx, are a marvel of resilience and ingenuity. Together, we have achieved something extraordinary." In that moment, the true meaning of friendship revealed itself, a transcendent connection that bridges gaps, nurtures growth, and reminds us that our differences are what make the universe so vibrant and wondrous. As Zyx prepared to depart Elora, his heart swelled with gratitude for the remarkable being who had shown him the depths of understanding and compassion. And Astra, though saddened by her friend's departure, knew that their bond would forever illuminate her path, a guiding light in the vast cosmic tapestry. For in that fleeting encounter, two vastly different souls had discovered the true essence of friendship, a force that transcends physical form, defies preconceptions, and weaves beings together in an unbreakable tapestry of love and unity. Story 25. Title: The Whispering Willow. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood tall like solemn sentinels, there was a particular willow tree unlike any other. This willow, with its cascading branches that danced with the wind, was rumored to hold a secret world within its embrace. The villagers spoke of whispers that emanated from its depths, and the gentle rustling of leaves was said to be the laughter of tiny folk who lived within. In a quaint cottage at the forest's edge lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was known for his curious spirit and a heart as kind as a summer day. His eyes sparkled with wonder at the world around him, and he spent his days exploring the nooks and crannies of the woods, discovering creatures and plants that others often overlooked. Though he had many friends among the woodland animals, Finn longed for a companion who could share in the magic he saw in the world. One evening, as the horizon blurred into hues of orange and pink, Finn sat beneath the venerable willow. He leaned back against its sturdy trunk, listening to the soft murmurs of the leaves. As he closed his eyes, the whispers grew clearer, forming words that seemed to hum with a gentle melody. "Come closer, dear child of the earth," the willow beckoned in a voice as soft as a lullaby. Finn's eyes flew open, and he looked around, half expecting to see someone. Who are you?" Finn asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I am the keeper of stories and the weaver of dreams," replied the voice. "Within my branches lies a world unseen by ordinary eyes, but for those who are willing to look beyond, wonders await." Finn's heart raced with excitement, and he instinctively reached out to touch the willow's bark. As he did, a shiver ran through him, and the world around him began to shimmer like a reflection on a rippling pond. The forest seemed to fold in upon itself, and suddenly Finn found himself in a place that was both familiar and entirely new. The hidden world within the willow was a place of vibrant colors and gentle lights. Tiny creatures with wings that glowed like fireflies flitted about, their laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. The air was filled with the scent of honey and wildflowers, and everywhere Finn looked, there were signs of life and joy. "Welcome, Finn," said a soft voice. Turning, Finn saw a small figure, no taller than his knee, with eyes that twinkled like stars. Her hair was a cascade of golden curls, and she wore a dress woven from petals and leaves. I am Lyra, guardian of the Willow realm. Finn bowed his head politely. It's nice to meet you, Lyra. This place is beautiful. Lyra smiled, her features lighting up with a gentle glow. It is home to many who seek solace and adventure, and we have long awaited a friend like you. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest at her words. But what can I do? I'm just a boy from the village. You have a gift, Finn, Lyra replied. The gift of seeing beyond the ordinary, of finding magic in the mundane. We need your help to solve a mystery that threatens our realm. Intrigued, Finn nodded. What kind of mystery? Lyra led him through the Willow's world, where paths were lined with luminescent flowers and streams whispered secrets. They arrived at a glade where a great mirror stood, its surface smooth as still water. This is the Mirror of Echoes, Lyra explained. It reflects the truth of our realm, but lately it has been clouded by shadows. Finn peered into the mirror and saw shapes moving within, like ghosts trapped beneath the surface. What are those shadows? They are the remnants of forgotten dreams and lost hopes, Lyra said, her voice tinged with sadness. Something is causing them to gather here, and if left unchecked, they will consume our world. Determined to help, Finn asked, How can I help? You must journey to the heart of the forest, to the place where dreams are born, Lyra said. There, you will find the source of light. Only by rekindling it can the shadows be dispelled. Finn nodded, his resolve firm. I will do it. With Lyra by his side, Finn set off on his journey. They traveled through meadows where butterflies danced like living jewels and crossed bridges made of woven ivy. Along the way, they encountered many creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. In a grove of ancient oaks, they met an old tortoise who spoke of patience and perseverance. The journey may be long and the path uncertain, he advised, but with a steadfast heart, you will find your way. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the light began to fade, and the air grew cooler. The path became tangled with thorns and brambles, but Finn pressed on, his spirit buoyed by Lyra's presence and the encouragement of their newfound friends. Finally, they reached a clearing, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. In the center stood a fountain, its waters shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. This was the source of light, a wellspring of hope and dreams. Finn approached the fountain, feeling the warmth of its glow envelop him. He closed his eyes and placed his hands in the water. As he did, he felt a surge of energy flow through him, filling him with a sense of peace and purpose. Remember, Finn, Lyra said softly, the light within you is greater than any shadow. It is the light of kindness, of friendship, and of dreams fulfilled. With renewed strength, Finn focused on the light within the fountain, willing it to shine brighter. Slowly, the shadows in the Mirror of Echoes began to dissolve, replaced by reflections of joy and laughter. When Finn opened his eyes, the Willow realm was aglow with new life. The creatures danced and sang, celebrating the return of their light. Finn felt a sense of fulfillment, knowing he had helped restore balance to this magical world. As he prepared to leave, Lyra took his hand. Thank you, Finn. You have given us a great gift. Remember, you are always welcome here. With a final smile, Finn stepped back through the shimmering veil and found himself once more beneath the old willow. The sun had set, and the stars were beginning to twinkle in the night sky. As he walked home, Finn felt a newfound sense of belonging. He had discovered not only a hidden world, but also the strength and light within himself. And though the willow's whispers would always remain a cherished secret, he knew that the true magic lay in the friendships he had forged and the dreams he would continue to chase. And from that day forward, whenever Finn looked at the world around him, he saw it not just as it was, but as it could be. A place where magic and wonder were always within reach, for those who dared to believe. Story 26. In a secluded corner of the world, where the whispers of the wind carry secrets known only to the oldest of trees, there lay an ancient forest named Lyrandale. This forest was a mosaic of emerald greens and muted browns, where towering oaks and slender birches stood like sentinels, their branches entwined as if holding hands in eternal friendship. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with shifting patterns of light and shadow. In this enchanting realm, life thrived in quiet harmony. Creatures of all kinds, from the smallest insects to the graceful deer, lived in a delicate balance, each playing a role in the great symphony of nature. Among them were the forest's most magical inhabitants, the sylphides, ethereal beings with translucent wings that shimmered like moonlit water. They were the guardians of Lyrindale, entrusted with maintaining the harmony between the living and the mystical. The sylphides were led by a wise elder named Leora, whose wings glowed with a soft, steady light. Leora's wisdom was renowned throughout the forest, and her counsel was sought by all creatures, great and small. She had seen countless seasons change, and with each cycle she learned more about the delicate weavings of nature's tapestry. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest prepared for its seasonal slumber, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The leaves, instead of turning their usual shades of amber and gold, began to glow with a soft, otherworldly light. The air hummed with a gentle melody, as if the forest itself was singing a lullaby. Curious and concerned, Leora gathered the sylphides for counsel. Among them was a young sylphide named Arya, whose heart was as light as her wings. Arya was known for her inquisitive nature, always eager to understand the mysteries of the forest. She fluttered close to Leora, her eyes wide with wonder. "What do you think this means, Elder Leora?" Arya asked, her voice a gentle breeze. Leora touched a glowing leaf with the tip of her wing, feeling its warmth. "This is a rare occurrence, Arya," she replied, her voice calm and soothing. "The forest is speaking to us. It wishes to remind us of the ancient balance, the cycle of giving and receiving that sustains all life." The sylphides murmured among themselves, their wings creating a soft rustling sound like leaves in a gentle wind. They knew the importance of listening to the forest's messages, for these were lessons passed down through generations. "We must find the source of this magic," Leora continued, "and learn what the forest intends to teach us." With this task set before them, the sylphides spread out across Lyrindale, their wings casting iridescent shadows on the forest floor. Arya, eager to discover the heart of this mystery, flew toward a place she often visited, a glade where the seasons met in harmonious dance. The glade was a serene oasis, surrounded by tall, graceful willows, whose branches dipped into a crystal-clear pond. Here the air was always fresh with the scent of wildflowers, and the ground was soft with moss under Arya's feet. She closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the water and the rustle of the willows. As she stood there, a gentle breeze carried with it the scent of pine and the distant sound of laughter. Opening her eyes, Arya saw a figure emerging from the shadows, a creature she had never seen before. It was a young fox, its fur a rich tapestry of russet and cream, with eyes that sparkled like amber gems. "Hello," the fox greeted, its tone cheerful and inviting. "My name is Finley. Are you here because of the glowing leaves, too?" Arya nodded, feeling a warm kinship with this curious creature. "Yes, I am Arya. The forest is full of wonders today, isn't it?" Finley sat on his haunches, his bushy tail curling around his paws. "Indeed. I've heard tales from my elders about such phenomena, but this is my first time witnessing it. They say it's a sign of renewal and change." Together, Arya and Finley pondered the meaning of the glowing leaves, their thoughts weaving together like the branches above. They spoke of the seasons, of how the forest adapted to each change with grace and resilience. As they talked, Arya realized that the magic of the forest was not in the spectacle of glowing leaves, but in the reminder it offered, that life was a cycle, forever turning, and that each creature had a part to play in this dance. "We must share this understanding with others," Arya said, her voice filled with resolve. "The forest's message is one of unity and balance." Finley nodded, his eyes shining with wisdom beyond his years. "Together we can ensure that the harmony of Lyrindale is preserved for generations to come." With their newfound understanding, Arya and Finley returned to the heart of the forest, where the sylphides and other creatures had gathered. As they shared their insights, a sense of peace and gratitude spread through the crowd. The glowing leaves were not just a marvel to behold, but a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in twilight's embrace, the creatures of Lyrindale settled into a restful slumber, comforted by the knowledge that they were part of something greater, something eternal. And as the gentle lullaby of the forest continued to play, the sylphides watched over them, ensuring that the balance endured, that harmony reigned, and that the wisdom of nature was cherished forever. And so in the heart of Lyrandale, where magic and reality intertwined, the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of unity, understanding, and the eternal dance of the seasons. Story 27. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the mist-kissed mountains, where the whispers of the wind carried secrets of old, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a tapestry of vibrant colors, with cottages adorned in wildflowers and cobblestone paths that wove through fields of golden wheat. Every morning, the sun would rise gently over the peaks, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, while the villagers began their day with the song of the larks. Leora had always felt a mysterious pull towards the mountains, a longing as ancient as the stones themselves. Her grandmother, a wise woman with twinkling eyes and a heart full of stories, often spoke of their ancestors, people of resilience and grace, who once dwelt in the highlands, tending to the sacred groves and listening to the earth's songs. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and rust, Leora's grandmother beckoned her to the cozy hearth of their cottage. "My dear," she began, her voice a soft melody, "there is something you must see." From a wooden chest, she drew out a small, intricately carved box, its surface glimmering with runes that seemed to breathe with a life of their own. Inside, nestled in velvet, lay an exquisite amulet, its centerpiece a luminescent stone that shimmered like the heart of the ocean. "This," her grandmother continued, "is the heart of the ancestors. It has been passed down through generations, a beacon of our heritage." As Leora held the amulet, warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a gentle hum like the echo of a distant lullaby. "It is said," her grandmother whispered, "that those who wear the heart can glimpse the wisdom of our forebears and find their true path." Intrigued and inspired, Leora set out on a journey to uncover the legacy of her lineage. She wrapped herself in a cloak spun from the wool of the village sheep, its texture a comforting reminder of home, and began her ascent into the mountains. The path was lined with silver birch and ancient oaks, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze. As she climbed higher, the air grew cooler, crisp and refreshing, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their calls a harmonious symphony that accompanied her steps. On the third day of her journey, Leora reached a secluded glen, where a crystal-clear stream babbled over smooth stones. Here she paused to rest, the amulet glowing softly against her skin. As she closed her eyes, the world around her seemed to fall away, replaced by a vision of lush forests and serene meadows, where people moved with a grace and purpose that resonated deep within her soul. In her vision, she saw her ancestors, their faces serene and wise, gathered in a circle beneath a towering oak, their voices rising in a song of unity and peace. The words, though unfamiliar, spoke directly to Leora's heart, a melody of strength and compassion that transcended time. When the vision faded, Leora opened her eyes to find the sun setting in a blaze of orange and gold, casting long shadows across the glen. She felt a newfound understanding take root within her, a connection to the past that illuminated her path forward. As she made her way back to the village, Leora carried more than the amulet. She bore the knowledge that she was a part of something greater, a tapestry woven with threads of courage, love, and wisdom. She realized that the legacy of her ancestors was not just a story of the past, but a living tradition that shaped her present and future. Upon her return, the villagers gathered to hear of her journey. By the glow of the fireside, with the amulet resting against her heart, Leora shared what she had learned. Her words painted pictures of the serene landscapes and the gentle faces of her forebears, bringing warmth and inspiration to all who listened. Through her tale, Leora taught the village the importance of remembering and honoring one's roots. For in understanding where we come from, we find the strength to forge our own paths. Her journey had shown her that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just the amulet she wore, but the spirit of kindness, resilience, and unity that lived within her and within each of them. And so, as the village settled into the quiet of night, with stars twinkling above like watchful guardians, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. She had discovered not only the legacy of her ancestors, but also her place within it, a place of belonging and purpose, as timeless as the mountains themselves. Story 28. In a quaint little village nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of chestnuts warmed by the sun, and eyes that reflected the tranquil blue of the sky, Leora was a gentle soul, beloved by all who knew her. Yet she carried a secret burden deep within her heart, an apprehension towards change. Leora's village was a place where time seemed to pause, where the gentle rustle of leaves sang lullabies, and the babbling brook spoke in whispers. It was a land where magic lingered in the air, weaving through the fabric of everyday life. Yet to Leora, this constant rhythm, unchanging and predictable, was a comforting embrace she feared to leave. The village elders often spoke of a magical grove, hidden deep within the whispering woods, where the trees were said to glow with an ethereal light, and the air shimmered with possibilities. It was a place of transformation, where one could find clarity and courage. However, the path to the grove was ever-changing, and only those who truly sought change could find their way. One autumn morning, when the air was crisp and the scent of fallen leaves lingered like a sweet memory, Leora awoke with a stirring in her heart. She had dreamt of the grove, of trees that sang with the voices of the wind and flowers that danced in the moonlight. Her heart yearned to find it, to understand the magic it held, but her fears held her back like vines entwined around her soul. Sensing her turmoil, Leora's dearest friend Finn, a kind boy with a heart as open as the sky, noticed her hesitance. With a gentle smile he approached her as they sat beside the brook, its waters glistening like liquid silver in the morning sun. "Leora," Finn began, his voice warm and soothing like the sun's embrace. "Change is not something to fear. It is a part of life, as natural as the turning of the seasons." "But what if I lose myself in the change?" Leora whispered, her voice barely more than a sigh carried by the breeze. Finn chuckled softly. "You are like the brook, Leora. It flows ever onward, reshaping itself as it journeys, yet it remains true to its essence. Change will shape you, but it will not erase who you are." His words settled in Leora's heart like seeds, and she pondered them as the days passed. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Leora made her decision. She would seek the grove. With Finn by her side, they ventured into the whispering woods. The trees loomed tall and wise, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the heart could understand. The path was not clear, winding and mysterious, but with each step, Leora felt a growing sense of resolve. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The air was filled with a golden luminescence, and the trees seemed to hum with an ancient melody. Leora's heart quickened, not with fear, but with anticipation. In the heart of the woods, they found the grove. It was as if they had stepped into another world, a realm where the ordinary blossomed into the extraordinary. The trees glowed with a soft, inviting light, their branches swaying gently like arms welcoming them. Flowers of every color imaginable carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering like jewels in the moonlight. Leora stood in awe, her fears melting away like morning mist. She realized that the magic of the grove was not in its beauty alone, but in the way it reflected the potential for change within her. It was a mirror to her soul, showing her that she was capable of transformation, of growth. As she closed her eyes, she felt the grove's gentle magic envelop her, like a cocoon of light. In that moment, she understood that change was not something to be resisted, but embraced. It was a journey, not a destination, a journey that would lead her to become more of who she truly was. When Leora opened her eyes, she felt different, stronger, braver. Finn smiled at her, his eyes filled with pride and understanding. "You've found your own magic, Leora," he said, his voice a gentle melody in the stillness of the grove. As they made their way back to the village, the path seemed clearer, the woods less daunting. Leora's heart was light, her spirit uplifted. She knew that change would continue to be a part of her life, but she no longer feared it. Instead, she welcomed it, knowing it was an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to become. In the days that followed, Leora shared her experience with the villagers, her story a beacon of hope and inspiration. She became a symbol of courage to those who feared change, her journey a reminder that within each of us lies the magic to transform, to embrace the unknown with open hearts. And so in the little village by the rolling hills, amidst the flourishing meadows, Leora's tale became a cherished story, told by warm firesides and beneath starry skies, a story of personal growth and magical transformation, where the beauty of discovery shone as brightly as the stars above. Story 29. In the quiet village of Glintwood, cradled by the gentle embrace of whispering pines and nestled beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, there existed a tale as old as the stones upon which the village was built. This story was not told in books or sung in songs, but lived in the hearts of the villagers, passed down through generations in hushed tones and knowing smiles. It began with a little girl named Lyra, who, like many children in Glintwood, was drawn to the forest's edge where the known world met the mysteries of the wild. Lyra was a curious child, her eyes always wide with wonder, her fingers tracing the patterns of the leaves and the stories hidden within the bark of ancient trees. On a particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and lavender, Lyra discovered something extraordinary, a delicate, shimmering feather unlike any she had ever seen. The feather was iridescent, catching the last light of the day and reflecting it in a dance of colors that seemed to whisper secrets. As she held it, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she sensed a gentle hum as if the feather itself had a heartbeat. Lyra knew, without understanding how, that this feather was special, whispering of places beyond her imagination. Carrying it home, Lyra tucked the feather beneath her pillow, hoping its presence would weave dreams as magical as the feather itself. That night, she dreamt of a vast, hidden world within the heart of the forest, a realm of light and laughter, where creatures of all kinds lived in harmony, and time flowed like the gentle ripples of a pond touched by the breeze. The next morning, Lyra awoke with the feather still in her grasp, its glow as vibrant as the dreams it had spun. She decided to return to the forest, her heart set on discovering the world she had glimpsed. As she stepped into the embrace of the trees, she felt a subtle shift, as if the forest itself had taken a breath and was welcoming her in. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped melodies that wove through the branches, and the leaves whispered secrets of the forest's past. With every step, Lyra felt the feather guiding her, tugging gently in directions that seemed both familiar and wholly new. As she journeyed deeper, she encountered creatures of fable, tiny, luminescent sprites flitting among the flowers, their laughter like the tinkling of bells, a family of gentle bears whose eyes glimmered with wisdom, and an ancient owl with feathers as silver as moonlight perched upon a branch, watching her with a knowing gaze. "Do you seek the heart of the forest, child?" the owl asked, its voice like rustling leaves. Lyra nodded, holding up the feather. "This showed me a place in my dreams. I want to find it." The owl's eyes softened. "The feather you hold is a gift from the Forest of Echoes, a place hidden from those who do not believe in its magic. It is a world where the heart's deepest desires are heard and answered." "But how do I find it?" Lyra asked. "You must follow the song of the forest," the owl replied. "Listen with your heart, and it will guide you." With a nod of gratitude, Lyra continued her journey, her steps light and her heart open to the melodies around her. As she walked, she began to hear a soft, lilting tune, like a lullaby carried on the wind. It was a song without words, yet it spoke to her of adventure and home, of laughter and love. Guided by the song, Lyra found herself at the edge of a sparkling stream. The water danced over stones, its music mingling with the forest's song. And there, on the other side, she saw it, the entrance to the Forest of Echoes, shimmering like a mirage, inviting and mysterious. Taking a deep breath, Lyra stepped across the stream, the water cool against her skin, and entered the hidden world. Instantly, she was enveloped in a realm of wonder. The air was alive with the scent of jasmine and honey, and the light was softer, as if filtered through 1,000 prisms. Trees towered above her, their bark glistening with silvery patterns that shifted and changed as she watched. In this magical forest, the creatures were unlike any she had seen. There were deer with antlers that glowed with an inner light, rabbits whose fur shimmered like spun gold, and birds whose feathers sang with every beat of their wings. And yet, it was the feeling of the place that struck Lyra most, a profound sense of peace and belonging, as if she had come home to a place she had never known. As she explored, Lyra came upon a clearing where a group of children played around a great ancient tree. Their laughter was infectious, their games filled with joy and imagination. Among them was a boy with eyes the color of the sky, who seemed to be the leader. "Hello," Lyra called, stepping into the clearing. The children paused, turning to look at her with curiosity and welcome in their eyes. "Welcome to the Forest of Echoes," the boy said, stepping forward. "I am Finn. What brings you here?" Lyra held up the feather. "This brought me. I'm Lyra, and I dreamt of this place." Finn's eyes widened in recognition. "The Feather of Echoes. It is a rare gift. The forest must have chosen you." Lyra felt a warmth spread through her at his words. "I want to learn about this place and the magic it holds." Finn nodded. "Then come, join us. There is much to see and learn." Over the days that followed, Lyra immersed herself in the wonders of the Forest of Echoes. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to dance with the shadows cast by the moon, and to understand the language of the creatures that dwelt there. Each day brought new adventures and lessons, and Lyra found herself growing in ways she had never imagined. Through it all, the feather remained her constant companion, its glow a reminder of the magic that had brought her to this place. She discovered that the feather was not just a key to the forest, but a vessel of dreams and possibilities, its magic interwoven with her own heart's desires. As she grew more attuned to the forest's rhythms, Lyra noticed a change within herself, a newfound confidence, a deepening sense of purpose. She realized that the journey she had embarked upon was not just one of discovery, but of transformation. The forest was not merely a place, it was a reflection of her own heart, a mirror of her dreams and hopes. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of crimson and gold, Lyra found herself back at the great tree in the clearing. Finn was there, waiting for her, his eyes bright with something unspoken. "You've learned much, Lyra," he said, sitting beside her. "The forest has embraced you, and you have embraced it in return." Lyra nodded, feeling the truth of his words. "I've found a part of myself here that I didn't know was missing." Finn smiled, a gentle warmth in his expression. The Forest of Echoes grants what the heart truly desires. It is a place of reflection and growth. As they sat together, the forest around them seemed to sigh with contentment, the evening air filled with the fragrance of blooming night flowers. Lyra felt a sense of peace settle within her, a certainty that she had found something precious and enduring. Yet she knew that her journey was not yet complete. There was one more mystery to unravel, one more truth to discover. And so, with Finn by her side, she set out to explore the deepest part of the forest, where the magic was strongest and the secrets lay hidden. They traveled through groves of silver trees, across fields of flowers that glowed with an inner light, and along paths lined with stones that hummed with the forest's song. The air was thick with enchantment, the light shifting with every step they took, as if the forest itself was guiding them. At last, they reached a place where the trees parted to reveal a serene lake, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the myriad colors of the sky. In the center of the lake stood a small island, crowned by a single, majestic tree, whose branches reached towards the heavens, draped in a cascade of luminescent blossoms. Lyra felt a pull towards the island, a sense of belonging that resonated deep within her. With Finn by her side, she stepped onto a small, wooden boat that waited at the water's edge, its oars whispering against the lake's surface as they glided towards the island. As they neared the shore, Lyra's heart quickened, the feather in her hand pulsing with a gentle warmth. The tree seemed to beckon her, its blossoms swaying in a melody only she could hear. Stepping onto the island, Lyra walked towards the tree, her feet moving with a certainty that belied her uncertainty. She placed her hand upon the trunk, feeling the life that thrummed beneath the bark, a connection that spanned beyond time and space. In that moment, a voice, soft and wise, spoke within her mind. "Welcome, child of echoes. You have come far and learned much. What is it you seek?" Lyra closed her eyes, letting the feather's warmth guide her thoughts. "I seek to understand my place in this world, to know the magic that lives within me, and how I can share it with others." The tree's voice was gentle, like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "Your journey has shown you the power of dreams and the strength of your heart. The magic you seek is not just within the forest, but within yourself. It is the ability to see the beauty in the world, to create and nurture, to love and be loved. Lyra felt tears prick her eyes, a profound sense of gratitude and understanding washing over her. She realized that the journey she had undertaken was not just about discovering a hidden world, but about discovering herself. "The feather of echoes has chosen you, Lyra," the tree continued. "It is a symbol of the dreams you hold dear and the potential within you. Take what you have learned and share it with the world beyond the forest." With a nod, Lyra accepted the truth of the tree's words. Her heart was full, her mind clear, and she knew that her time in the Forest of Echoes was drawing to a close. Yet she also knew that the magic of the forest would remain with her, a part of her forever. As she and Finn rowed back to the shore, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a golden glow. Lyra felt a sense of completion, a readiness to return to her village with a heart full of stories and dreams. In the days that followed, Lyra shared her experiences with the villagers, her tales of the Forest of Echoes igniting wonder and inspiration in those who listened. She became a beacon of hope and imagination, her presence a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the boundaries of the known world. And though she returned to the forest many times, each journey brought new discoveries and friendships, deepening her connection to the world around her. The feather remained her constant companion, a symbol of the path she had walked and the dreams she continued to pursue. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered beneath the stars, Lyra would often sit by her window, the feather glowing softly in her hand. She would close her eyes and listen to the whispers of the forest, the song of the heart that echoed through her dreams. And so the tale of Lyra and the Feather of Echoes became a cherished story in Glintwood, a reminder of the magic that lies within each of us, waiting to be discovered and shared. It was a story that lived on in the hearts of those who believed, a testament to the power of dreams and the beauty of a journey well traveled. As the years passed and Lyra grew, her adventures in the Forest of Echoes continued to shape her life. She became a storyteller of renown, her words weaving tapestries of magic and mystery that captivated audiences far and wide. Her tales were not just stories, but invitations to explore the hidden worlds within the heart, to find the courage to chase dreams, and to embrace the magic that lay in everyday moments. Lyra's wisdom and kindness touched the lives of many, her presence a balm in times of uncertainty. She taught others to listen to the whispers of their own hearts, to trust in the magic of the world around them. And as the village of Glintwood flourished, so too did the legends of the Forest of Echoes, drawing seekers and dreamers from distant lands. Yet through it all, Lyra never forgot the lessons of her journey, the importance of friendship, the strength found in vulnerability, and the beauty of a heart open to wonder. She cherished the connections she had made, the bonds that defied expectations and transcended boundaries. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a tapestry of gold and crimson, Lyra found herself once again at the edge of the forest. She had come to bid farewell to the place that had been her sanctuary, her teacher, and her home. The feather, ever faithful, glowed softly in her hand, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra stepped into the forest, the familiar path embracing her like an old friend. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the trees whispered their secrets in the language of leaves and wind. As she walked, the memories of her adventures flowed through her mind, a tapestry of light and laughter, of challenges and triumphs. And there, in the heart of the forest, she found Finn waiting for her, his eyes as bright and welcoming as ever. "You've come a long way, Lyra," he said, his voice warm and gentle. Lyra smiled, her heart swelling with affection. "And I've learned so much, but it's time for me to share what I've discovered with the world." Finn nodded, understanding shining in his eyes. "The Forest of Echoes will always be here, a part of you, and its magic will continue to guide you on your journey." With a final embrace, Lyra and Finn said their goodbyes, their friendship a testament to the power of connection and the bonds that transcended time and space. As Lyra left the forest, she felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that the magic of the Forest of Echoes would always be with her, a guiding light in times of darkness, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay in every moment. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit alight with magic, Lyra returned to the village, ready to embark on the next chapter of her life, her story woven into the fabric of Glintwood, a beacon of hope and inspiration for generations to come. The tale of Lyra and the Feather of Echoes became a legend, a story shared by the fireside on crisp winter nights, a reminder of the magic that lay within each of us, waiting to be discovered and cherished. It was a story that lived on in the hearts of those who believed, a testament to the power of dreams and the beauty of a journey well traveled. And in the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered beneath the stars, the forest continued to whisper its secrets, a song of the heart that echoed through the dreams of those who listened, inviting them to explore the hidden worlds within and embrace the magic of their own journeys. Story 30. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and lush meadows, there stood an ancient cobblestone bridge. It arched gracefully over a babbling brook, its stones worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. The bridge was no ordinary passageway, for beneath its arch lay a secret known only to those who truly listened. Young Miriam, with hair as golden as the morning sun and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves, lived in a cozy cottage on the edge of the village. She often wandered to the bridge, drawn by the soothing murmur of the water and the gentle whisper of the wind through the willows. Miriam loved the way the world seemed to slow down here, the air filled with the scent of wildflowers and the melody of birdsong. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Miriam sat on the edge of the bridge, her feet dangling above the water. She closed her eyes, breathing in the cool, earthy air, when she heard a soft, tinkling sound like chimes dancing in the breeze. Curiosity piqued. She leaned over, peering into the shadows beneath the bridge. There, nestled among the stones, was a small, shimmering key. It glowed faintly, as if capturing the last rays of the setting sun. Miriam's heart fluttered with excitement as she reached down to retrieve the key, its cool metal warming in her hand. She knew, deep within her, that this was no ordinary key. As twilight enveloped the village, Miriam hurried home, her mind buzzing with possibilities. She placed the key on her bedside table, its gentle glow casting a soft light in her room. That night, her dreams were filled with visions of forgotten paths, hidden doors, and a world alive with magic. The next morning, with the key tucked safely in her pocket, Miriam set out to uncover its mystery. Her first stop was the village library, a cozy haven of knowledge and stories. The librarian, a kindly old woman named Nan, with a crown of silver hair and eyes that twinkled with wisdom, greeted Miriam with a warm smile. "Morning, dear," Nan said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you here today?" Miriam showed her the key, its glow dimming in the bright morning light. "I found this by the bridge, and I feel like it has a story to tell." Nan's eyes widened, and she leaned closer, examining the key with a knowing smile. "Ah, this is a bridge key, a rare and wondrous thing. They say it unlocks the way to places unseen, but only for those who seek with an open heart." Encouraged by Nan's words, Miriam decided to explore the village, hoping to find the lock that matched her key. She wandered through winding lanes, past gardens bursting with late-blooming flowers, and fields where sheep grazed lazily under the sun. Along the way, she met a pair of delightful companions. Pip, a mischievous squirrel with a penchant for acorns and an eye for shiny things, and Willow, a gentle fox with fur as soft as velvet and a heart as kind as spring rain. Together they explored every nook and cranny of Willowbrook, guided by the key's gentle glow. As the sun began to sink once more, casting long shadows across the village, the trio arrived at the edge of an ancient, gnarled forest. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets to the evening breeze. Miriam felt a tug in her heart, a sense that the key's mystery lay within. With Pip scampering ahead and Willow padding silently by her side, Miriam stepped into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with pine, the path dappled with patches of golden light. Deeper they ventured until they reached a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. In the center of the clearing stood an old wooden door, seemingly unsupported by walls or structure. Its surface was intricately carved with symbols of stars and moons, leaves and blossoms. Miriam's heart quickened as she recognized the patterns, the same as those etched into the key. With a deep breath, she stepped forward and placed the key into the door's lock. It turned smoothly, and with a gentle click, the door swung open, revealing a path that shimmered with possibility. Beyond lay a world both familiar and strange, where the forest was alive with creatures of legend and streams sang their own songs. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the distant laughter of unseen friends. Miriam felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a piece of herself she never knew was missing. Here, in this enchanted realm, Miriam discovered the true magic of the key, the ability to see the world not just with her eyes, but with her heart. She realized that the journey itself was the key's gift, teaching her to embrace the unknown and find wonder in the everyday. As the moon climbed higher, casting silver light across the land, Miriam, Pip, and Willow knew it was time to return. The door closed behind them, the key now a simple token of their adventure, its glow fading as it nestled once more in Miriam's pocket. They made their way back to Willowbrook, the village lights twinkling like stars in the distance. Miriam felt a deep sense of peace, her heart light with the knowledge that magic was not just in hidden places, but in every moment, every breath, every step along the way. Back in her cozy room, with Pip curled up by her feet and Willow resting his head on her lap, Miriam placed the key on her bedside table. It no longer glowed, but its presence reminded her of the journey and the friends she had found. As sleep gently claimed her, Miriam dreamed of forests and keys, of doors that led to wondrous places, and of a world where magic was always just a heartbeat away. And in the quiet, in the hush of the night, the village of Willowbrook seemed to hum with a gentle, reassuring song. For in the end, Miriam had discovered that the true magic lay not in the key itself, but in the courage to explore, the joy of friendship, and the wisdom to see the beauty in the world around her. And that, she knew, was a secret worth keeping. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the stars cast gentle glimmers upon the forest floor, there lay a quaint village known as Luminara. Luminara was unlike any other village, for it was nestled in a realm where magic flowed as freely as the streams that crisscrossed its verdant landscape. The air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of blooming night jasmine, and the soft glow of fireflies illuminated the cobblestone paths that wound through the village. The villagers of Luminara lived in harmony with the magical creatures that called the Whispering Woods their home. Among these creatures were the wise owls, who imparted knowledge, the playful sprites who danced in the moonlight, and the gentle deer whose antlers shimmered with a silvery luminescence. Yet, despite the enchantment that surrounded them, the villagers led simple lives, tending to their gardens, crafting beautiful quilts, and gathering in the village square for storytelling by the communal fire. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves whispered tales of change and the first chill of winter kissed the air, a peculiar event began to unfold. It was a mystery that stirred curiosity and gentle concern among the villagers. Each morning, as the sun cast its first rays through the canopy, they discovered their beloved willow tree, the heart of Luminara, adorned with delicate, shimmering silken threads. These threads glistened like morning dew, weaving intricate patterns that seemed to hum with a soft, mysterious melody. The willow tree was sacred to the villagers, a symbol of their unity and the wellspring of their magical heritage. Its roots ran deep, entwining with ancient magic, and its branches spread wide, offering shelter and solace. The mysterious threads, though beautiful, were unlike anything the villagers had seen before, and they longed to uncover the source of this nightly weaving. Among the villagers was a young girl named Anwen, whose curiosity was as boundless as her heart was kind. Anwen had a knack for noticing the little things others might overlook, a ladybug resting on a petal, the way a breeze carried secrets from far-off lands. She was deeply loved by the villagers, who admired her gentle spirit and unwavering determination. Anwen made it her mission to unravel the mystery of the willow tree. She gathered her close friends, Oren, a gentle boy with a talent for music that could calm even the most tempestuous winds, and Lyra, a clever girl whose laughter was as infectious as the tinkling of chimes. Together they formed a small band of seekers, united by their desire to solve the enigma. Their first step was to seek the guidance of the village elder, Grandmother Ciara, whose wisdom was as ancient as the forest itself. Grandmother Ciara lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of Luminara, where the boundaries between the village and the whispering woods blurred into a tapestry of enchantment. Her home was filled with the scent of cedarwood and lavender, and the walls were lined with books that held the mysteries of ages past. As the trio entered her cottage, they found Grandmother Ciara seated by the hearth, knitting a blanket that shimmered with hues of twilight. She glanced up, her eyes twinkling with warmth and understanding. "Ah, my dear ones," she greeted them, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've come about the willow, haven't you?" Anwen nodded, and with a gentle smile, Grandmother Ciara beckoned them closer. "The willow has always been a keeper of secrets," she began, her fingers deftly weaving the yarn. "But these threads are new, even to me. They sing of magic, one that is both familiar and strange. Could it be the work of the sprites?" Oren pondered, recalling the mischievous nature of the forest's playful inhabitants. Grandmother Ciara shook her head thoughtfully. "The sprite's magic is more like a dance, light and fleeting. This is the work of something more deliberate, more thoughtful." Lyra, ever perceptive, piped up. "Perhaps it is someone who wishes to communicate? A message, woven into the fabric of the willow?" Grandmother Ciara beamed at her, nodding in agreement. "That is a wise thought, child. And to understand this message, we must first listen closely to what the willow wishes to tell us." With newfound purpose, Anwen, Oren, and Lyra decided to spend the night beneath the canopy of the willow, hoping to witness the mystery unfold. They gathered blankets and pillows, crafting a cozy nest at the base of the tree, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, they settled in, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and anticipation. The night air was crisp and clear, carrying the scent of pine and the distant song of crickets. Above them, the willow's branches swayed gently, whispering a lullaby that lulled the trio into a state of peaceful alertness. Time seemed to stretch, each moment a soft brush of magic against their senses. Just as they began to drift into slumber, a soft glow emerged from the heart of the forest. Silvery figures, ethereal and graceful, began to weave their way through the trees. The children watched in awe as these figures approached the willow, their presence as gentle as a breeze. The figures were moonweavers, a rare and ancient race of magical beings who spun the strands of moonlight into the fabric of dreams. Their touch was light and tender, their movements a dance of creation. With delicate fingers, they wove the silken threads into the willow's branches, infusing them with the quiet magic of the night. Anwen, her eyes wide with wonder, whispered to her friends, "They're weaving dreams into the willow." Oren nodded, his heart swelling with the beauty of the sight. "It's like they're giving us a gift." Lyra, ever the thinker, added softly, "Perhaps they're trying to remind us of the dreams we share, of the unity and peace we hold dear." As the moonweavers continued their gentle work, the children felt a deep sense of connection, to each other, to the willow, and to the magical world around them. The threads, they realized, were not merely a mystery to be solved, but a message of hope and harmony, woven into the heart of Luminara. When morning light began to creep through the forest, the moonweavers silently withdrew, leaving the willow adorned in its shimmering finery. Anwen, Oren, and Lyra awoke, feeling a renewed sense of wonder and gratitude. They returned to the village, eager to share their discovery with the others. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their faces reflecting the warmth of the fire that crackled in the village square. Grandmother Ciara, her heart swelling with pride, embraced the children warmly. "You have brought us a gift, dear ones," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "A reminder that our dreams are woven into the very fabric of our lives, and that magic is found not in grand gestures, but in the quiet beauty of friendship and understanding." The mystery of the willow threads had been solved, but the magic of the moonweavers lingered in the hearts of the villagers, a gentle reminder of the bonds that held them together. As the days grew shorter and winter's touch began to lace the air with frost, the village of Luminara remained a haven of warmth and wonder, where dreams were cherished and woven into the tapestry of life. And so, under the watchful branches of the willow, the villagers continued to gather, sharing stories and laughter, their hearts forever touched by the gentle magic that had visited them one autumn night. The threads of moonlight, woven into the willow, became a symbol of hope and unity, a testament to the power of dreams and the beauty of a world where magic and reality danced hand in hand. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, Anwen, Oren, and Lyra sat together, their hearts filled with the quiet joy of a mystery solved, a world understood, and a friendship that would last a lifetime. And so, in the cozy embrace of Luminara, they drifted into slumber, their dreams cradled by the gentle whispers of the whispering woods. Story 32. In the heart of a lush, ancient forest, where the leaves whispered secrets of time gone by, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. She was a young woman who cherished the serene life she had always known among the towering trees and the babbling brooks. Yet deep within her heart, there flickered a quiet yearning, a spark of desire for something more, something that lay beyond the familiar path of her daily wanderings. Leora lived in a quaint cottage nestled at the forest's edge, where the scent of lavender wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the woods. Her days were spent tending to a garden filled with vibrant flowers and herbs, each plant a testament to the tender care she lavished upon it. The garden was her sanctuary, a place where she felt grounded and at peace. But as the seasons turned, the whisper of change began to rustle through the leaves, unsettling her tranquil existence. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora gathered herbs dew-kissed and fragrant, she noticed a peculiar flower blooming among the familiar blossoms. Its petals shimmered with a silvery sheen, and it seemed to pulse with an ethereal light. Intrigued, Leora reached out to touch the flower, and as her fingers brushed its surface, a warm glow enveloped her hand, spreading through her like a gentle wave of comfort and curiosity. That evening, as she sat by the crackling fire inside her cozy cottage, Leora pondered the strange flower. It was as if a piece of the sky had fallen into her garden, and with it came a whisper of magic. She felt a stirring within her, a longing that mirrored the flower's mysterious allure, a longing for transformation, for growth beyond the boundaries of the life she knew. In the days that followed, Leora found herself drawn to the flower again and again, its presence both comforting and challenging. She began to notice changes within herself, subtle shifts in her thoughts and feelings. The forest, once a place of solace, now felt alive with possibilities, each rustling leaf a promise of discovery. Leora wasn't alone in her journey. Her closest friend, a wise old squirrel named Thistle, often visited her in the garden. Thistle had lived many seasons and witnessed the forest's endless cycles of change. Perched on a branch, with eyes bright and knowing, Thistle offered gentle advice and companionship. Change is the forest's oldest friend, Thistle chattered one afternoon, as Leora shared her feelings of uncertainty. It's only by growing that we learn who we truly are. Remember, even the tallest trees were once tiny seeds. Encouraged by Thistle's wisdom, Leora decided to embrace the magic of the mysterious flower. She began to explore the forest with a new sense of purpose, each step a dance with the unknown. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams she had never seen before. The forest seemed to open its arms wide, revealing its secrets as she opened her heart to change. One day, while exploring a sun-dappled grove, Leora met another kindred spirit, a young fox named Rowan, whose fiery coat gleamed like autumn leaves. Rowan was playful and curious, always eager to explore new paths. Together, they shared adventures that taught Leora the beauty of spontaneity and the joy of stepping beyond the familiar. Rowan showed Leora the art of seeing the world with fresh eyes, finding wonder in the simplest things, a butterfly's dance, the way sunlight painted patterns on the forest floor, the music of rain on leaves. Through Rowan, Leora learned that change could be an adventure filled with unexpected beauty. As the days passed, Leora's inner transformation mirrored the magical flower's bloom, which grew more radiant with each passing sunrise. She discovered that change, once feared, was a gentle guide, leading her to new experiences and deeper understanding. Her heart, once bound by routine, now sang with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. One evening, as the first stars blinked into the twilight sky, Leora sat by the mysterious flower, its glow casting a soft light upon her face. She realized that the magic of the flower was not something external, but a reflection of her own inner growth. The flower had been a catalyst, a gentle nudge toward embracing her true self. With newfound clarity, Leora understood that the forest, with its endless cycles of change, had always been her greatest teacher. From Thistle, she had learned the wisdom of patience and acceptance. From Rowan, the courage to explore and embrace the unknown. And from the magical flower, the grace to transform and bloom in her own time. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Leora felt a deep sense of peace and gratitude. Her journey of personal growth and magical transformation had brought her home to herself, to a place where she could cherish both the familiar comforts and the thrilling embrace of change. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, had become a living tapestry of possibility, each tree and stream a part of her story. With a heart full of wonder and a spirit alight with newfound wisdom, Leora knew that she was ready to face whatever lay ahead. The magic of transformation was not something to fear, but a gift to be embraced. And as she drifted into a restful sleep, the gentle hum of the forest sang her a lullaby, a promise of new beginnings and the boundless beauty of personal discovery. Story 33. Once upon a dreamy summer eve, a family of rabbits emerged from their cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak tree. Mama Rabbit led the way, her velvety fur glowing in the golden light filtering through the canopy above. Little Cotton and Dandelion hopped along behind her, their ears twitching with curiosity at the forest's evening melodies. As they ventured deeper into the whispering woods, the air thickened with the earthy scents of moss and pine. Somewhere nearby, a babbling stream invited them in with its soothing cadence. Mama paused to sniff the breeze, her nose twitching as she caught the faint fragrance of wild strawberries ripening in a sunlit clearing not far ahead. "This way, my loves," she instructed her kits with a gentle nudge. They eagerly bounded off the narrow trail, weaving between towering trunks draped in curling vines. When they reached the strawberry patch, Cotton and Dandelion could scarcely contain their excitement, wiggling their noses in delight at the plump red treasures peeking out from beneath the green leaves. But before they could dive in, Mama raised her paw. "Remember the way of our kind, little ones," she said, her wise eyes warm yet firm. "Take only what you need and give thanks to the mother forest." The kits nodded obediently, and Mama demonstrated how to pluck each strawberry with care, leaving the plant healthy and happy to bear more fruit. Between delicate bites, Cotton and Dandelion hummed their gratitude in quiet, breathy tones that blended seamlessly with the wind's gentle whistling. As they lingered in that sun-soaked sanctuary, a plume of glittering mist materialized nearby, swirling and dancing through the rays of honey-gold light. The rabbits watched in hushed awe as the sparkling clouds slowly took shape, first forming delicate wings, then a slender torso, until at last a radiant forest sprite emerged. The tiny Fae's gossamer gown shimmered like dewdrops as she drifted down and alighted upon a strawberry blossom, smiling at the rabbits in warm greeting. With a soft trill like a wood thrush's song, she gestured to the strawberry patch, then outward toward the forest surrounding them. "She's saying this is a place of sharing and plenty," Mama translated, her words laced with gratitude and reverence. "There is enough for all of the Mother Forest's children." Cotton and Dandelion's eyes widened in wonder as the forest sprite fluttered over to them, trailing stardust in her wake. She bestowed a gleaming kiss upon each of their velvety foreheads, leaving their fur sparkling like freshly fallen snow in moonlight. Then, with a final melodious trill, the Fae spiraled upward, dissipating in a dazzling burst of iridescent bubbles. "What was that, Mama?" Dandelion asked, gazing at the spot where the sprite had vanished with a look of pure enchantment. Mama nuzzled her little one tenderly. "An ancient blessing, passed down for generations through the denizens of this forest. It means you are forever intertwined with the great rhythm of nature, the changing seasons, the ebb and flow of life itself. Follow your heart, and you will always find your way home, my darlings." As the indigo blanket of dusk draped over the woodland, Mama led Cotton and Dandelion back along the winding path toward the comfort and safety of their burrow. All around them, the shadows danced with the flitting lights of lightning bugs and the watchful glimmers of night creatures' eyes. The rabbits moved through this twilight realm with perfect peace, for they knew their place in the intricate tapestry of the mother forest. When at last they settled into their mossy nest to dream the night away, Cotton and Dandelion carried the warmth of the sprite's radiant blessing, along with their mother's timeless wisdom, deep into their souls as protection for all the seasons yet to come. Story 34. Once upon a time, nestled in the embrace of a lush and timeless forest, there lay a village named Everwood. Its name was whispered with reverence across the land, for it was known not just for the towering trees that cradled it, but for the magical aura that seemed to linger in the very air. The village was filled with laughter and songs, where the scent of blooming wildflowers mingled with the earthy aroma of fresh rain, and where the sun's rays filtered through the leaves like liquid gold, casting playful shadows on the cobblestone paths. In this idyllic haven lived a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as vibrant as the wildflowers she loved to gather. Leora was known for her boundless curiosity and gentle spirit, traits that endeared her to every villager. Her mother, the village healer, had passed on her wisdom of herbs and potions, and Leora had spent countless afternoons wandering the forest, learning its secrets and befriending its creatures. However, it was not just the forest that held her interest. It was the tales of the hidden world that lay within it, a world whispered of in bedtime stories and fireside tales. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in hues of amber and crimson, Leora set out on a journey. She had heard from the village elder, a kind old man with twinkling eyes, of a magical object that lay hidden in the heart of the forest, a mirror that could reveal one's true self. It was said that only those pure of heart and intent could find it, and Leora, with her ever-curious nature, felt a pull towards this mystery. With a satchel filled with simple provisions, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a small vial of her mother's herbal tonic, Leora stepped into the forest. The path was familiar, yet it seemed different today, as if the forest itself was aware of her quest. The trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the babbling brook seemed to sing of adventures yet to come. As she walked deeper into the woods, the light grew softer, filtered through a canopy thick with leaves. She could hear the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush and the melodic call of birds echoing above. Every step seemed to draw her further into a world that felt both known and mysterious, a world that pulsed with life and magic. Hours passed as Leora wandered, her heart light and her spirit eager. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each corner revealing something new: a patch of wild mushrooms, a clearing filled with butterflies, a stream that sparkled like a ribbon of silver. It was in this world that Leora felt most alive, each discovery a reminder of the beauty and wonder that surrounded her. As the sun began its slow descent in the sky, painting the world in shades of pink and orange, Leora came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. The air was different here, charged with a soft, shimmering energy. Leora felt a warmth in her chest, a gentle tug at her heart, urging her forward. Beneath the oak, nestled among its roots, was a small, ornate mirror. Its frame was woven with vines and leaves, and the glass seemed to ripple like water. Leora approached it slowly, her breath caught in awe. She knelt before it, her fingers brushing the cool surface. The mirror shimmered at her touch, and as she gazed into it, her reflection began to change. In the glass, she saw herself as she had never seen before. Her eyes shone with a light she hadn't known was there, and her smile was one of pure joy and contentment. She saw not just the girl she was, but the woman she could become, a healer, a guide, a friend to all. The mirror showed her the strength and kindness within her, the courage and wisdom that lay in her heart. Tears filled Leora's eyes as she realized the truth of what she saw. The mirror had not revealed anything new, but had shown her what she had always been, what she had been too hesitant to see. It was a moment of clarity and understanding, a moment that would forever change her. With a newfound sense of peace and purpose, Leora rose from the clearing. She knew now that her journey was not just about finding the mirror, but about discovering herself. As she made her way back through the forest, the world seemed brighter, more alive. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the streams sang of her courage, and the forest creatures watched her with newfound respect. When Leora returned to the village, she carried with her not just the story of her adventure, but the light of her discovery. The villagers saw the change in her, felt the warmth of her presence, and knew that she had found something truly magical. In the days that followed, Leora's life became a testament to the truth she had seen. She helped her mother in the healing hut, her touch bringing comfort to the ailing, and her words soothing troubled hearts. She shared her knowledge of the forest, teaching the children about the wonders it held, and guiding them with the same gentle hand that had guided her. The story of the mirror became a beloved tale in Everwood, a reminder of the magic that lay within each of them. It was a tale told by the fireside, a story of courage and discovery, of friendship and love. And as the seasons changed and the years passed, Leora's name became one that was spoken with love and admiration, a name that would be remembered for generations. For in finding herself, Leora had found her place in the world, a place where she could shine her light and share her gifts with all those she met. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the village settled into the gentle embrace of sleep, the forest whispered its timeless song, a song of magic and mystery, of journeys and discoveries, of the hidden worlds that lay within, and the courage to find them. And so, in the heart of Everwood, the story of Leora and the magical mirror lived on. A story that reminded all who heard it of the beauty and wonder that lay within themselves, waiting to be discovered. Story 35. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you've found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 36. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 37. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 38. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 39. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stretched their boughs like the gentle arms of an ancient guardian, there lived a young woman named Leora. She was known throughout her village for her radiant smile and kind spirit, but lately her heart felt like a storm-tossed sea, torn between the familiar comforts of home and the mysterious call of the forest. Leora had always found solace in the whispering woods. The trees seemed to hum a soft, melodic tune, and the air was sweet with the scent of moss and wildflowers. Yet, as much as she loved the forest, she feared change. She often sat by the brook, watching the water tumble over smooth stones, and wondered why she felt such a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves fluttered down like golden butterflies, Leora decided to walk deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. Wrapped in her emerald cloak, she followed a narrow path lined with ferns that tickled her ankles. Her heart pattered with both excitement and trepidation. As she walked, she encountered a tiny, shimmering dragonfly with wings that glistened like fragments of sky. It flitted around her, its presence both comforting and curious. She giggled as it circled her head, as if in invitation. "What are you trying to show me, little one?" she asked softly, her voice barely a whisper in the vast quiet. The dragonfly darted ahead, leading Leora to a hidden glade where sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the ground in dappled light. At the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk as wide as a cottage door, and its branches twisting like the arms of a dancer reaching towards the heavens. Leora felt a gentle tug in her chest, a nudge of familiarity, as if the oak had been waiting for her all along. She approached, running her fingers over the bark, rough yet reassuring. Beneath the tree's boughs, she found a small, round stone, smooth and cool to the touch. As she picked it up, a soft warmth spread through her hand, and she heard a faint whisper, as if the stone itself was speaking in a language older than words. Startled, she looked around, but the only witness to this magic was the dragonfly, perched on a nearby fern, wings glistening in the sunlight. Feeling a strange sense of calm, Leora slipped the stone into her pocket and made her way home. The forest's secrets nestled close to her heart. Back in the village, Leora found herself at the hearth of her dear friend, Elder Mira, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars. Mira had always been a source of comfort and counsel, her cottage a haven of warmth and fragrant herbs. As Leora recounted her journey, Mira listened, nodding thoughtfully. "The forest speaks in many ways, my dear," Mira said, her voice like a gentle breeze. "It seems you have found a guide in your dragonfly friend. Change can be daunting, but it is also the path to growth. Trust in the journey and in yourself." Encouraged by Mira's words, Leora began to embrace the changes within and around her. Each day she returned to the glade, listening to the whispers of the oak and the music of the brook. The stone became her talisman, a reminder of the magic that lay in transformation. As the days passed, Leora noticed subtle changes in herself. She found joy in small things, a spider weaving a web of silvery threads, the way sunlight danced on the leaves, the laughter of children playing in the village square. Her fears began to melt away like morning mist, replaced by a sense of wonder and possibility. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Leora sat by the brook, the dragonfly resting on her shoulder. She closed her eyes and listened to the symphony of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the gentle babble of water, and the distant hoot of an owl. In that moment, she understood the lesson the woods were teaching her, that like the forest, she too was part of something vast and ever-changing, and that change was not something to fear, but to embrace. With each step she took, the path became clearer, her heart lighter. Leora realized that the transformation she had feared was, in truth, a beautiful unfolding, like the petals of a flower greeting the dawn. She thanked the forest and her dragonfly guide, whose presence had been a beacon in her quest for self-discovery. As winter approached, the whispering woods lay blanketed in snow, a landscape of serene white. Leora stood at the edge of the glade, her breath forming soft clouds in the crisp air. She placed the stone beneath the oak, a token of gratitude and a promise to return. With a heart full of peace and newfound strength, she turned towards the village, ready to embrace whatever the future held. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Woods became one of quiet transformation and gentle growth, a tale whispered by the wind through the trees, reminding all who heard it that change, though sometimes daunting, can lead to the most beautiful of beginnings. Story 40. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 41. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebirds sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 42. Story 43? In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 44. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. Story 45. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped. "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of narrated, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 49. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the Guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the Guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Story 50. Story 51. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horace hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. I wish to help restore harmony. The dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now, distrust has taken root. Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. What caused this rift? She asked gently. It began with the loss of the Heartstone, the first dryad explained. A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding. Leora thanked the dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. The dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. "I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The dryads and sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Story 52. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the Zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the Zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 53. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend Anteros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 58. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 59. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 60. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. 61. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Lyora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Lyora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Lyora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Lyora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Lyora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Lyora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Lyora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Lyora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Lyora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Lyora, with the lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 62. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility. Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends, Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lila approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lila. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lila and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lila's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lila, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lila, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Story 63. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means? Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons, he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained. Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. Tell me more, she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. The forest is a living tapestry, Bertram began, and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect. As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. Long ago, Bertram continued, there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored. Pippa's eyes widened in awe. How did they do it? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. They listened to the forest, Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us. As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. Remember, little one, he said, the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come. With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Story 64. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell. Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 65. Story 66. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 67. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great Willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lila, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lila set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. "With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear." She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 68. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born." Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft, white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive." Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. "So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Story 69. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. "We did not realize our dance had faltered," Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "We have become lost in our own rhythms." Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. "Perhaps," she suggested, "if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance." The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Story 70? Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern. In the quiet hamlet of Elderglen, where the stars seemed to hang a little lower and the moonlight painted silver paths on cobblestone streets, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as bright as the sun and an imagination as vast as the night sky. Her favorite pastime was to wander into the Whispering Woods, a forest that bordered the village and held secrets as old as time itself. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the forest, spinning tales of enchantments and ancient spirits that roamed its shadowed paths. Despite these whispered warnings, Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the woods, a curiosity that bubbled within her like a brook in spring. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lila set out towards the woods, her steps light with anticipation. The air was cool, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of rustling leaves, their colors a medley of gold, crimson, and amber. As she entered the forest, a gentle breeze greeted her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, whispering secrets that only the trees could know. Lila walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. She marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves seemed to be a greeting, every chirp of a bird a song just for her. It was here, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, that Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from silver and adorned with delicate filigree, its glass panels shimmering with an iridescent glow. As Lila approached, the lantern flickered to life, casting a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. Curious and unafraid, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. To her astonishment, it felt warm and pulsed gently beneath her fingertips, as if it were alive with some kind of magic. Her heart skipped a beat, and a shiver of excitement ran through her. She lifted the lantern from its resting place, feeling its weight settle comfortably in her hands. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the clearing as if carried on the breeze. "Welcome, Keeper of the Light," it said, its tone gentle and ancient. Lila looked around, wide-eyed but strangely calm. She saw no one, yet the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the Whispering Woods," the voice replied. And you, dear child, have found the lantern of kindling. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to guide the lost. Lila's eyes widened with wonder. What must I do with it? She inquired, her heart alight with curiosity. Follow the lantern's glow, and it will lead you on a journey beyond your wildest dreams, the voice answered. But remember, true magic lies not in the lantern itself, but in the heart of its bearer. With that, the voice faded away, leaving Lila alone in the clearing, the lantern's glow casting a circle of warmth around her. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose settle within her. The whispering woods beckoned her onward, and she knew instinctively that her adventure was just beginning. As she walked, the lantern lit her path, its glow illuminating the hidden wonders of the forest. She saw flowers that bloomed with an ethereal light, their petals whispering ancient songs. She marveled at the way the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches that guided her like silent guardians. The forest was alive with magic, and Lila felt a profound sense of connection to it all. She realized that the whispering woods were not a place of fear, but of wonder and discovery. And as she ventured deeper, she knew that the lantern was more than just a guide. It was a key to unlocking the mysteries that lay hidden within her own heart. As twilight deepened into night, Lila found herself standing before a great oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of foxes. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. She paused, feeling a sense of anticipation in the air. It was then that she noticed a small door set into the base of the oak, almost hidden among the gnarled roots. The door was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under the lantern's glow. With a steadying breath, Lila reached out and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Without hesitation, Lila stepped inside, the lantern's light guiding her descent. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of moss and earth. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down the stairs, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the hidden world. At last, she reached the bottom, emerging into a cavern bathed in the soft glow of luminescent crystals. The walls shimmered with hues of blue and green, casting a serene light that filled the space. In the center of the cavern stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Lila approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She knelt beside the water, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The lantern rested beside her, its light mingling with the glow of the crystals. It was then that she noticed something remarkable. Floating just beneath the surface of the pool was a small, shimmering orb of light. It pulsed gently, its glow resonating with the lantern's own. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the water's surface as she touched the orb. In that moment, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the whispering woods as they once were, vibrant and alive with magic. She saw creatures of all kinds, their forms shifting and changing, living in harmony with the land. She saw the lantern, a beacon of hope and guidance, passed down through generations of guardians. And then she saw herself, standing at the center of it all, the lantern in her hands, her heart filled with the light of understanding. She realized that the lantern was not just a tool, but a symbol of her connection to the world around her, to the magic that flowed through the woods, and to the spirit that watched over it all. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound sense of clarity and purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the whispering woods, but about discovering her own strength and wisdom. The lantern had shown her the way, but it was her heart that would guide her. With renewed resolve, Lila stood, the orb of light rising from the pool to rest in the palm of her hand. It felt warm and alive, a piece of the forest's magic that she carried within her. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she made her way back up the staircase, the lantern's glow lighting her path, she felt a sense of gratitude for the adventure that had brought her to this moment. The Whispering Woods were a place of wonder and magic, but they were also a place of growth and transformation, a place where hearts could be kindled and spirits could soar. When she emerged once more into the forest, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The woods were waking, their voices a gentle chorus that welcomed the new day. Lila stood for a moment, the lantern in one hand and the orb of light in the other, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. With a smile, she began her journey home, the path ahead bright with possibility. The Whispering Woods had taught her that magic was not just something to be found in the world around her, but something that lived within her heart. And as she walked, the lantern's light guiding her steps, she knew that she would always be a keeper of that light, a guardian of the magic that connected them all. And so Lila's adventure in the Whispering Woods came to an end, but her story was just beginning. For in her heart, she carried a light that would never fade, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days. And with each step she took, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, because of the light she carried within. Story 76, Story 77, Story 78, Story 79, Story 80, Story 81, Story 82. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn. a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Marin returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Marin continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Marin lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Story 87. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 88. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the whispering woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the whispering woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99.